Oh, wait. Why am I so quiet? There we go. Test. Is that better? Sorry about that. All right, let's see. Is it gonna show up? There we go. Yeah. There we go. Konnichiwa, everybody. Sorry about the late start. I was munching on some food real quick. Fish time. Hey, Steve. Good to see you. Ooh. It's getting hot, chat. It's already getting so hot. Oh my god. Oh geez, I'm not looking forward to this weather right now. It is currently 26 degrees Celsius, and it's only getting hotter. Oh no, no, I need my AC on. I think the biggest issue right now is that this box is great, but it's an insulation chamber. I can't do anything for too long in this box without turning the fan on because it just gets so hot in here. Ooh. I may have to turn on the fan actually, like even right now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's a little better. It blocks the AC too. Thought about installing an exhaust fan inside the booth. Unfortunately, no, it's not sturdy enough to have an AC installed into it. And I did see that there were some companies that offered higher end booths that allowed you to have like ACs and stuff inside. But they're way out of my price range, unfortunately. So these little ventilation fans are the best we've got for now. Thank you for the soup. Today's been rough. Can I ask for a nice 2D stretch to heal my soul? Extra rumbles if possible. Oh, okay. Hang on. I can mute the sound. All right. Thank you so much for the soup. The stretches are good though. Oh, my shoulders are a lot more sore than I expect them to be. Oof. Hope everything goes better. Gamba, gamba. Yes, also please be sure to drink lots of water. Lots and lots of water. Wow. Oh, a little heads up. I don't know if anyone has noticed. Oh, hip hip hooray. Thank you for the 39 months. Real quick, thank you to you and the quiz for motivating me all the time. I'm now officially the Yo, let's go! Officially the pastry chef of my current workplace. You guys always trying your best, keeps me going too. Yo, let's go! Congratulations! Let's go! Wait, that's exciting! Ooh, more responsibilities. Oh, Quiddy, thank you for re-upping the membership, and good luck with your new obligations and responsibilities. Be sure to... I don't know if it's in your job description, but like if it is, be sure to train all the... Or be sure to be a gremlin when you are training everyone new. Let's go. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Make those newbies fear you. Earthquake AC prep funds. My Oshi sent Stronka Monkoy. Snow Victorian. Thank you for the super. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we gotta... There's a few more things I gotta prep. I do not have a proper first aid kit. I have like aspirin and ibuprofen and some bandages, but I don't have anything serious. Like I don't have like a proper tourniquet yet. Hopefully I will never have to use it, or like a splint. But I should go prep something for an earthquake, because like the big thing is a lot of people think like in an emergency, you're like, oh, you know, I'll be fine. I'll just have to pick up the scraps and then like find my bug out bag or bug in bag and grab my food. But they never really consider what happens if you like twist your ankle. You know, something as simple as that. And just like how you're gonna be able to move around just, you know, with a broken ankle or like a twisted wrist or something simple, you know, like nothing too big, like, oh, it's not like I got crushed underneath a pile of rubble and now I can't feel my legs, you know, nothing that crazy. Because if it's that crazy, a simple first aid kit isn't gonna help. But like just general things like that, you know, because I don't know, with earthquakes, you really don't know what's gonna happen, because like something might fall down on top of you, like you might have a bookshelf that falls over and that just hurts your, like sprains a joint or something like that. But in those situations, like what do you need to know to be able to survive? So I gotta prepare for that kind of stuff too. Yeah. Don't they sell emergency bags for earthquakes? They do, but it's all sold out. All of it was sold out. This week, there's nothing. Even over the weekend, like every single, because of the recent series of earthquakes that have been happening, all the emergency kits have been sold out. I just have not been able to find them. There's a few generic ones on Amazon that they're more like first aid if you go hiking, you know, like cuts, bruises, scrapes, and things like that. And they're not like earthquake kits, is a big thing. 90 plus, thank you for the super emergency funds just in case. Thank you. I'll be fine. But yes, I will have to go make sure I have a proper kit ready to go. I think like one of the biggest things that people forget, oh, I should tell Haka about this, Haka Flayad and Axel as well. Toilets. Emergency toilets. In the worst case scenario, should an earthquake happen and it breaks the sewer lines, we're not going to be able to use the toilets. So like emergency toilets, and like the powder that comes along with it to like help relieve the smell and everything. I know they have a few of those. Portable bidet bottle, yeah, true. Actually, no, if in an earthquake situation, I may not use a bidet. It's water. It's good water, you know, like the only source of water I would have is potable water, and I don't want to use potable water to wash my butt. It seems like it would be a waste. And I also don't want to like find a river and then just use that, because who knows what kind of brain-eating amoebas might be there, but who knows. My country predicted a mega first earthquake last year, so we had to prepare as well. Oh, be safe. Strong earthquake a few years ago. We ran out of first aid things first. Yeah. It's nice to have a kit, but like honestly, what you can do is just go look up what those kits include, and then just buy the pieces individually. There's no need to like only buy an emergency kit because it says emergency kit. As long as you know what it includes, you can just buy the separate pieces individually on its own. Yeah. Lone Ruby Jazz, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for re-upping the membership. Not the brain-eating amoebas. I want to know, why do they eat brains? I feel like that's a very specific type of diet, and I want to know how they evolve that. But yeah, hopefully nothing too bad happens. For a moment, I almost wanted to buy like a solar panel and a solar panel rechargeable kit. They're kind of pricey, but from what I've seen, even with like the massive earthquakes, there's been very few power outages here in Japan. The infrastructure is pretty solid on that front, so maybe not, but I might just keep like an extra couple of batteries charged, just in, like spare batteries, just in case, or power banks. Dane, thank you for the super funds for the DIY emergency kit. Take care, Weeby. Thank you. Thank you. you. You guys too. Whatever relevant natural disaster happens around your area, please make sure you take care. Bold Impact, thank you for the super 2-ply toilet paper funds. Save the water and your brain. I've been using 2-ply toilet paper recently, and it's really nice. It's pretty good. I've been missing out. The big thing right now is I have to get in the habit of not using as many squares, because when I was still using 1-ply, I would grab like a fistful of squares. I don't need to do that anymore because they're 2-ply now, so I can use half of it. Yeah. Earthquake-prone areas tend to have stronger structures. Yeah. I think like the biggest issue for me is I just don't want to be a burden. So like, if anything does happen, I would like to have enough resources to be able to keep myself safe for at least like a week or so. Because if the disaster goes on for longer than a week, then it's probably like a major disaster that you really can't prepare for as an individual anyway. So like, if I can survive for a week on my own, I think I'm pretty good. You know, plenty of food for at least a week, enough water. Also, given the fact that it's a big city, you know, it's not like there won't be areas that'll still be like safe, you know, like unaffected for the most part, that like you can still go and like get stuff from. Yeah. Netty, thank you for the 8 months. Greedy. Take care, stay safe. We had a big earthquake before and I was unprepared, so I'm glad to hear you're preparing. Ooh, I hope you've learned. I hope you've gotten some prep stuff too. Yeah. Thank you so much for the membership. Have you checked out the area for the evacuation stuff? I have. They have a giant catfish mascot. It's really cute. For like flooding and stuff, they have like big areas like, hey, this place is where you go to if there's an earthquake evacuation. I saw a few signs of a giant catfish. It's like, hey, if you want to stay safe, come over here because this place is higher up. We're like, they tell you like this place is 3 meters above sea level, like 6 meters, 10 meters above sea level. And like if it's flooding, like please be aware of these spots because it's like 9 meters below sea level, so it's at higher risk of flooding and stuff like that. So they have a giant catfish mascot that tells you where to go. It's really adorable. I think my household is over-prepared now. Good. It's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. As long as you use the materials, all right? Don't be like that doomsday prepper who buys, you know, like 55-gallon drum of water, forgets to treat it, and then like 3 years later, they check it for the first time and there's just algae all over the inside because they didn't properly treat it over time, you know? Like, as long as you use it, okay? If you have like 10 kilograms of rice, that's a lot of rice, right? If you have 10 kilograms of rice, you should be eating through the bags, right? You should be eating through the bags, and once you're done with one of the bags, you buy an extra one to replace it, but you are cycling through the food. You just have a bigger store of the cycle, you know? But be careful describing mascots, Levy. Mascots in Japan are usually specific. No worries. The catfish one is like smack in the middle of Shinjuku? Shibuya? I don't know. It's one of the big ones. It's one of the big cities. It's not mine. I'm still careful about the docks. But yes, they are like location specific. But they all have mascots. It's really cute. Every place has mascots. There's so many mascots. Oh my god. But yes, you can always look for those little mascots and they'll tell you like, hey, this place is safe. Please come here in an emergency and stuff like that. Check the expiration. Yeah, especially for things like canned fish. A lot of people forget that canned fish, depending on what they're stored in, like canned fish in water can still go bad much sooner than canned fish in oil. And if you have like the specialty canned fish, like canned fish in tomato sauce, that goes bad sooner, not because of the food itself, but because the acidity will slowly eat away at the cans of tuna, like the metal part of the can itself. So they're not like perpetual just because they're canned. Like the food will be good, but like the container itself may end up getting damaged over time. but we're talking about scales of like 3, 4, 5 years. So you really don't have to worry too much about it, but do cycle through your food. Do go through it over time and like take proper inventory and everything like that. Yeah. What, canned fish stored in salt? Like just dry salt? I'm pretty sure that'll be fine for like an eternity. Even if the can does rust, I think most modern cans now come with like a small like rubber latex or like they have like a layer between the food and the metal can itself. I don't know, if you open the can and you like rinse it out, sometimes you'll see like a very thin plasticky type of layer between it. Other times it'll just be straight up can. It depends on like the brand and the manufacturer and all that. But yes, there's always calorie bait, lasts forever. I have a box of calorie bait. I have a box. It is 5 boxes, one box of each flavor of calorie bait, and each box comes with 4 calorie bait sticks. And like absolute worst case scenario, if I have to go survive like solid snake style, Metal Gear Solid, just eat nothing but calorie bait, I'm ready for it. But you're gonna need a lot of water. That's so dry. Happy birthday, Shinri. Thank you. My birthday was last week, but thank you so much for the super. Thank you again. What's the best food to keep that has a long shelf life? Rice and beans. Like dried beans generally are great. Rice also very great. But I guess the big thing is like, what do you mean by long shelf life? Because even rice and beans, they will go bad after a while. So like if you're thinking, oh, like 10 years, like a decade long stuff, no, don't keep rice and beans for 10 years. Even if they are dried, I wouldn't eat 10-year-old beans. But yeah, best shelf staple is hardtack. True. You could also go like old school and get like salt pork and salt beef, where you just get like cuts of meat, dunk it in a whole bunch of salt, like dry salt, and then it basically turns into a rock that you have to boil like 6 times to get all the salt back out of. If I remember correctly, Vikings used to use urine to preserve fishes. I mean, I wouldn't recommend that now, but maybe. We have better ways of preserving food, like fermentation, salting, pickling, canning. We have a lot more hygienic ways than using just urine. Thought they dry their fish in the sun. It works if you're in the higher latitudes where the air is more dry. Because the air is drier, it's a lot easier to dry fish without it going bad. Because if I tried that here in Japan, the fish would go moldy so quickly because of how humid it is. So it's very climate dependent on how you do that. Or like, yeah, a lot of the preservation techniques from each culture, like if you look at their foods, like the traditional foods, a lot of it comes from adaptations to that particular area's climate over the long time. Like, for example, a lot of Korean foods, almost everything is fermented because it's a lot easier to preserve food that's pickled or fermented by like getting a whole bunch of stuff, packing it with salt, and then shoving it underground for like a month. Letters unopened. Thank you for the 15 months. Glad you're doing your best to prepare. I'm about to leave my job. Scary, but it's for the best health and money-wise. Thank you for being part of the joys of my life. Good luck, good luck. It's a scary time, but I know you'll get through it. Good luck. Thank you so much for re-upping the membership. There's honey centuries old that's still edible, but just don't stock on honey. True. I think honey itself is pretty stable because it has a really high sugar to water content. So it's really difficult for any bacteria to grow in it because there's just not enough water that it can use. Although I know of some honey preservation techniques that could be risky. I'm not an expert on this, but like I know people have tried making honey fermented garlic, but where they just like get a whole bunch of honey and then like dunk a whole bunch of garlic in there. There is a risk of botulism, but that's only because as the garlic ferments, it loses the water content, but the water doesn't just evaporate. The water enters the honey, and because the water enters the honey's water content starts to grow or like starts to rise up, and then the pH starts to increase. It's pretty good. It's really tasty if you know how to prepare it properly, but there is the risk of botulism there. And botulism is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. And it's also one of the fun facts about botulism. You can't kill it with heat, because botulism is from the toxin, not from the bacteria. So if the toxin is already in there, it's heat stable. It doesn't get destroyed or denatured by heat. So you can kill the bacteria, but the toxins it's already made will still be in there, and that will get you. So be careful. Fun stuff. I thought botulism was an artistic movement. It's a paralytic. It's a neurotoxin that causes paralysis in your lungs. So like your breathing just stops because it prevents the signals from your brain. The automatic signals, basically, that says like breathe automatically, not the whole manual breathing thing. The automatic part. It's like keep breathing, keep breathing. That part gets shut down, and then your lungs are like, well, we didn't get a message to continue breathing, so we're just gonna stop. And then it's not a happy time. But fun fact, that's what Botox is. It's called Botox because it uses botulism. They get a little bit of botulism, the toxin, and then they inject it into the wrinkles. And because the wrinkles don't, they get paralyzed, they kind of loosen and relax. And that's how you get rid of your wrinkles. Yeah, fun thing. Yeah, that's what Botox is. So if you wondered why people on Botox, or like excessive Botox, have that like plasticky mannequin face where they can't express or emote because they just got Botox injections all over the place, it's because their muscles are literally paralyzed. They don't receive the signal to properly flex and bend. So yeah, be careful with that. That is wild. People do anything for beauty, I suppose. Can I get my daily botulism, please? Just a smidge here. Botulism is free, Botox isn't true, but I would not recommend growing your own botulinum toxin for the purpose of trying to self-inject. Don't do that. There have been cases of people doing that, and it's not pretty. Please don't. It's like what I heard tapeworm to lose weight. I mean, you didn't hear it from me, but there are certain types of cattle tapeworm that do not infiltrate into your muscles. Pork tapeworm apparently does, but cow tapeworms don't. I would not recommend it, but because of the way the body works, there's enough similarities between pork tapeworms and human, or pork and like pigs and human, where if you eat pig tapeworms, they will get into your stomach and your intestines, and then from there they will grow out of your intestines into your muscles and start laying eggs inside your muscles. Would not recommend that. But the cow tapeworms, they don't have that adaptation, so they can't really like burrow out of your intestines. They'll sit there and they'll continue to like eat food, but don't do it because tapeworms don't really act in the way that you would think they do. It's not like, oh, if I eat like 100 calories, then the tapeworm's gonna eat 50 of it and that'll be fine. No, they will specialize in eating their specific nutrient requirements. I think one of them is like vitamin B12. So like they will eat all of it, and your body will not have enough of certain nutrients like vitamin B12, and your body will not be happy after that. But yeah, don't do tapeworms. Don't do tapeworms. Do rice and beans. Rice and beans. Get your fiber, get your protein, get your carbs. Makes you feel full for a little bit longer. Do that. Do that instead of tapeworms. Yeah. Please just have a balanced diet. I'm eating for two, me and my tapeworm. You say that, but it's like within like a week, it'll be more like I'm eating for like 750. You and your 749 tapeworms and their babies, and still even more as they keep making them. Be careful, yeah. Oh, thank you for the super. Good meat, sharp cheese, all cooked with honey until caramelized. Yummy meal in Manhunt. Ooh. You know, it's been a while since we played Monster Hunter. I kind of want to try again. Thank you for the super. Ah, cheese and honey. So good, cheese and honey. Thanks for the fun facts, I guess. Of course. Yeah. If you have any more questions about weird body stuff, let me know. Especially if it involves like parasites or symbiotes inside your body. I think those are really fun. They're really cool. Give it a super. Mr. Patron, can I thank you for the 14 months? All the talk about food preservation makes me wish I could keep poblano peppers in my fridge from going rotten and moldy. I blame the packaging. Yeah, I've never figured out what exactly is it. Is it too much moisture? Is it too little moisture? Is it the temperature? I've never been able to keep foods or like keep fresh veggies for that long. I just end up eating it really quickly. Upgrady. Speaking of re-upping the memberships, did you guys notice YouTube has changed and adjusted the pricing for a lot of regional stuff? I got an alert from YouTube when I made the waiting room. They're like, hey, we have some like regional price changes. Do you want to change your prices now? I left it alone for now. I haven't touched it yet. But I think a lot of the prices have been adjusted, so please make sure you double check your subscription if you are in one of the regions that has been affected by it. Yeah. Fun fact, there's a tapeworm isekai manga. Weirdly interesting read. Wait, tapeworm? Wait, do you get isekai'd as the tapeworm? Or does the tapeworm get isekai'd and the tapeworm itself just gets like into this weird isekai world? Momoika, thank you so much for the super. I'm so curious. Hi, I'm a chef. Don't keep your peppers and cucumbers in the fridge until they are cut up. Don't? Until they are cut up. Oh. But what if I want mushy cucumbers that have been dehydrated slightly because they keep losing water content just being left alone in the fridge? TLDR, it's not tapeworm but parasite. I still think it's kind of fun. Like, even if it's not specifically a tapeworm, just being like a little parasite generally, you know? Don't give mangakas that idea. We need to revamp the isekai genre, and if it means tapeworms, like when will we ever have an isekai manga where you get isekai'd as a male anglerfish, and then you attach yourself to a female anglerfish, and then your body fuses, so the only thing you become is not even sentient anymore, just like an organ attached to a anglerfish whose only purpose is to provide sperm. You know? There you go. That's the isekai we need, you know? Your brain fascinates me. Don't worry. When I go, I will volunteer my brain for science, and then you guys will be able to pick apart at it. No eating it though, you gotta study it. Huh? Wait, you guys don't know? Like male anglerfish, they're itty bitty. They're like an inch long. They're like super tiny. Like, okay, you know the pictures of like female anglerfish? When people think about anglerfish, like the big ones with the jaws, right? And like the little lure on top of their heads, the little like the ahoge that they have, right? They're not that big. Like female anglerfish they fit in the size of your hand, like in your palm. They're not like giant fish. They're itty bitty. They're kind of small. They're about like baseball sized. Just imagine that. Just hold your hand out. Imagine you're holding onto a baseball. That's about the size of a female anglerfish. Okay, very small, very cute. The males are like the tip joint of your finger, of your pinky. They are tinier. They are extremely small, about an inch long. And when the male mates with the female, they just bite onto the female and then they fuse with the female. They just become a part of her body. And then the only thing they do is just provide sperm. And then the female can choose whether or not she wants to use it whenever. Yeah. Smaller than Puniko, yeah. Yeah, they look big because of all the photos that we have of anglerfish are really close in and zoomed in. And there's no like stuff in the background. It's just water void. So it's hard to like get a sense of scale, but anglerfish are itty bitty. They're small. Like you could pick one up with your hand and just throw it. Like they're tiny. Don't do that. But if you ever got the chance to, you could. But yeah. And they say romance is dead. When a cat begin with the 9 months. Okuri. You forget about the membership. Kind of cool that she can decide whenever. Yes, it's mostly because of survival. It would be detrimental for the female anglerfish if, like, upon getting bitten by the male anglerfish, she starts to have babies, like, as soon as that happens, because what if there's not enough food? What if there's not enough, like, what if there's no safe place to do it? Also, the fact that, like, when you get pregnant in the abyssal zone, like, super far deep into the ocean, pregnancy is really dangerous. Like, there's a series of ghost shrimp that are completely transparent, except for the eggs. So, like 90% of their lives, these ghost shrimp are clear, transparent, and like invisible to see, right? But as soon as they have eggs, the eggs are visible. So you'll see a bunch of ghost shrimp floating around with like a small like blob of yellow inside their bellies, and it's the eggs being made, you know? So for them, it's dangerous to have like a pregnancy down that far because it puts them at risk. So as soon as they're ready to go, they'll lay the eggs and be all like, all right, I'm out of here. Good luck, kids. Ciao. And then they swim away. And then hopefully the eggs make it. But yeah. Ghost shrimp, can you cook them? I'm pretty sure you can. The problem is getting them. Because if you try to bring a ghost shrimp from the abyssal zone up to land, they will pop. Yeah. They're like blobfish, like any kind of fish, any kind of crustacean, any kind of life down there, that far down deep, their bodies are adapted to the pressure, so if you bring them up, they're just gonna pop. But yeah. Yeah. Mako, thank you so much for the membership. Okwidi. So popcorn shrimp, no. Not the popcorn shrimp. Oh my god. Learning how they're so cute, then they turn into blobfish as we know them. They are adorable. I love blobfish, like normal blobfish, not pop blobfish. Because they just look like they're just so tired with life and they just kind of sit there at their bottom and just like vibing. Mr. Canadian, thank you for the soup. Here's a silly thought. Grabbing anglerfish barehanded isn't advised because the chance the fish can fuse with you, effectively function as a parasite, superpower may or may not manifest. Wait, that's kind of hot though. Like, isn't there like a cryptid in like Scottish folklore that's like a horse, and if you like get on the horse, its body fuses with yours, and then the horse takes you down into the waters to drown you, or something like that? Like, so like the I think that's kind of cool. Also, hazardous mix. Thank you for the 40 months. Thank you for reaping the membership. Imagine if you had that, and then you were like, "Sup, bro? High five!" And then, like, as soon as you high five, your hand starts to fuse, and then they'll be like, "Oh my god, what's going on? What's happening?" And then you're like, "Shh, don't worry about it, bro. Just like, you've been my everything, so we're gonna become our everything." Like, your life? No, our life. Your body? No, our body. And then you like half fish, half horse. Seahorse. Horsefish. I don't know. One of those two. What do you do with the excess mass, though? Like, what do you do with the extra bones? Like, the way that I envision it is kind of like cocooning, where you will embrace your lover / victim, and then, like, your bodies start to fuse together, and then you excrete this hard substance that envelops both of you in a cocoon-like case, like a sleeping bag, right? And then once the cocoon is done, your bodies melt, like straight up melt into goo, right? And then from there, a new body is reconstituted. Kind of like how caterpillars do. But like, where does that extra mass go? Like, do your bones just become twice as dense because there's twice as much calcium in there? Because that causes problems too. You can't have bones that are too dense, or else it becomes difficult to like produce red blood cells, since that's what your marrow is doing the whole time. So like, where does the extra go, right? Like all the extra protein, all the extra fats, all the extra just like tendons and connective tissue. Like, what happens with that, you know? But I don't know, maybe you just become twice as big. Like, you go from being like, I don't know, 6'1" to 6'10", and then you get a little bit wider, a little bit taller, a little bit more muscular. Because you have basically two people's worth of mass of just stuff. So it's gotta go somewhere, right? But I don't know. Historically accurate nobility marriage. Okay, chat. Wait, we've been ranting about yapping and ranting about random stuff for a while. I want to go use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. We're gonna try to get through as much of this as possible because later today I have to go to a thing that I forget is scheduled, but it's at like afternoon, late afternoon. So we should still have time, but I want to see how far we can get through. But yes, hang on a minute. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Y'all have fun. Just ponder that. Like ponder the tapeworm. Yeah, the tapeworm. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Where did we leave off? Let's see. Heading to bed now, Bull. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. I think we can start from back here, right? Wait, here? Well, I guess we did go through like all the opening introductions, so we do have all the other characters here. We have the dragon, the demon hound, and the mermaid. Right? Yeah, then these are the other two paths from the Shadowman that we went through. All right, we got Shadowman first. Yes. Hang on, my chair is being weird. Okay, let's do a little poll real fast. Whomst dragon, demon hound, and mermaid. Yeah, there we go. All right, we have 3 more options. Let's go see what the chat thinks. Let's go see what the chat wants. Chat, I'm gonna be real. I don't know what to do anymore. Like I don't know what games to play anymore. I'm looking at the games list that we've got, and nothing seems to catch my eye anymore. I know there's also the Steam summer sale going on, but my brain is looking at all the games, and I'm just like, nothing catches my eye. Like it's all just meh to me. And I don't know. I think I just need some kind of like a big reset, you know? That you want to date the giant eldritch creature. I do. She gave me a head pad. It was very cute. What about revisiting some of the March the Koi games? Oh, we might be able to do that, yeah. A lot of games that you weren't able to finish. I picked up some horror games. What kind of horror games? I want some ideas. Are you into the Asian indie games? We have a few, yeah. We went through a few. We could finish the Get You Started in Bay. Like we could do Grounded 2, the story mode, but perms, and then we did a little bit of Fatal Frame, but then we just never finished it either. But that's also perms again. The Giant is Dating Sim game. Oh, I've heard of that one. I know there's also one, I saw a nice fan art of like the back rooms and an entity, and she was all tied up, and they were like, "Sir, we've discovered an entity." And I was like, the art is very gooner, but the concept is nice. All right, it looks like the dragon is in the lead. Ooh, 40%. I think we know where it's gonna be. All right, real quick, we're ending the poll in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End poll. All right. It looks like the dragon is next. Nice. How gooner? Here. It's just straight up spicy art, but the artist does not say for work stuff, so be careful. But here's the link. I think the Backrooms movie has done a crazy thing where there is, oh wait, no, not overwrite, load. There's so much Backrooms fan art. So much Backrooms fan art. You had that locked and ready to go. No, I just have it in my bookmarks, that's why. All right, let's go. Can I just say, I am still tired of everyone drawing the Sadako type with massive breasts. Where are we gonna get like the Sadako type ghost ladies with just like a B cup like that? Like don't make her breasts the focus. You know, like if they're as big as her head, then it's kind of like, oh my god, not again. You know, why? Like just like I'll take flat Sadako at this point. You know, it's always like excessively long, and also like fabric doesn't work that way. You can't like vacuum seal it upwards, like underneath. Like no, just her hair should be the focus. Exactly, it should be her hair. It should be her bloody fingernails and or the lack of fingernails because she tried to claw herself out of the well and like snapped and chipped off her fingernails. Same thing with her feet. Like those should be the focus points. It shouldn't be breasts. Like of all the, oh my god, please. Like when are we gonna get some like actual good Sadako representation? You know? Man, it just the hair, the nails, the bloody hands, the eye, like it's gotta be like an angry, evil eye with like a furrowed brow, you know? But no, it's just long-haired woman in a dress with big boobs. And it's like, that's not Sadako, that's just a woman in a dress with big boobs, you know? Also read through all the Bathroom Ghost webtoon tonight, and that's the rep we need for Sadako, right? Oh, the Bathroom Ghost one was cute. I forget, wait, where was it? Webtoon, Bathroom Ghost? If you guys haven't seen, do read this one. It's really cute. It's adorable. It's so precious. Oh my god. They have a team up. She has a team up with the Cursed Doll, and they make such a great duo together. It's so cute. But yes. It does the webtoon thing where you have to scroll all the way back to see the first episode. But it is so adorable. It's so cute. What happens in that fan artist is just standard straight dudes. I always with the badonkadonks, right? Like we don't need the badonkadonks. There's no need for it. Okay, anyways. Oh, Mr. Canadian, thank you for the super note to self. By a supernatural ghost story where a modestly endowed ghost gets revenge against her murderer, who's trying to steal her fiancé. Basically, supernatural verse NTR against the yandere. Oh, we're throwing in all the tropes. Let's go. And there has to be an ugly bastard in there somewhere too. But the ugly bastard just looks like an ugly bastard. Instead, they're actually kind of a chill guy who hasn't had the time to like look up how to properly groom himself, and they go through like an arc where she teaches him how to like shower and use proper conditioner and use like those hair oils and treatment on his hair, and then he gets a massive glow up. Hell yeah. It's like that one comic with like the ghost and like that Gyaru who goes up and like the ghost is all trying to like scare her, and then she's like, oh, don't worry, I got this. And then she pulls out her makeup kit and makes the ghost all pretty. And the ghost's like, oh shoot, I didn't know I could look this good. It's like, yeah, just gotta learn how to like do your nails properly. And use the right conditioner for your hair and all that. That was so cute. Oh my god. Oh man. Gyaru Sadako, that'd be so cute. I want to see Gyaru Sadako. Does it exist? Sorry, we're like sidetracking real fast. Yeah, Gyaru Sadako. There's gotta be, right? Oh my god, there is, and she is adorable. Oh. Hey, that's really cute. There's a bunch of NSFW in there too, so be careful when you search for it. But there is a lot of Gyaru Sadako. Here, this is a safe one. Look. Yeah. All right, that's enough. Enough getting sidetracked. We gotta get we gotta get through with this. Okay. Okay, focus. Here we go. Let's go and save in a new page because you want to see both endings for this one too. So we'll start from here. All right. Let's start with. Should we start with the bad ending this time? Maybe we can start with the bad ending and then go to good ending. See how it changes. All right, bad ending first. Celia, like the mythic man-eating monster? Celia was taken aback by Shinri's question and chose not to answer. So, where are you from? Why are you asking? I didn't mean anything by it. I only wanted to make conversation with you. You seem intriguing, and I'd like to get to know you while we're here tonight. Celia looked at Shinri with suspicion, unsure if he could be trusted. Intriguing? Is it me that you're taken with, or rather the novelty of me? I am sure it is not every day that a human like yourself encounters dragonfolk. I don't, but both can be true, right? And either way, it still stands that I want to get to know you. You seem genuine, Josuuji Shinri. For a human, at least. For a human? What do you mean by that? A few bad apples don't represent all of us, though. I suppose. You may have to change my perception, then. Challenge accepted. I will certainly try. Best of luck to you. What did these other humans do to taint my reputation? They were rambunctious, loud, and quite inconsiderate of their surroundings. Shinri thought about his closest friends back at home. Well, that does sound a bit like some people I know. The rambunctious part, at least. Not off to a great start with changing my mind, I see. Oh my god, of course, it's the boys. Hold on a minute. My friends might be on the loud side, but they're still some of the greatest people I've ever known. I trust them with my life. Except for Haka. I'm wondering if that says more about you or them if you chose to share their company. Definitely both. Nevertheless, your work is cut out for you if you truly intend to change my mind. That's for sure. Shinri didn't bother to hold back his smile. Celia squinted their eyes at him, unsure what this smile could have possibly meant. The conversation was smoothly, if a bit unexpectedly, disrupted by the return of the goblins with a new round of drinks. Babies, keep your spirits flowing and your tongues going. Odd, certainly, but who was Shinri to turn down another excellent offering, unless these were Fae in disguise. But while everything here was a bit strange, he did not sense the feeling of a trap or other deception. Shinri tilted his head slightly, took a sip of his new drink, and... Okay, we're gonna stick with Celia. Silent? Silent? I put an I in there that isn't there. I think it's just Sila, right? Shinri and Sila accepted their drinks from a passing servant. Shinri held his glass out, and Sila mirrored his actions to create a small clink with the glasses. Oh, Sila. Cheers. What drink did you get? A passion fruit cocktail. Sounds delicious. Mind if I give it a try? You can taste mine if you'd like. I got the saffron spritz. Sure. He took a sip and contemplated the taste. Wow, that is, cough, strong. You have great taste. I am aware. She smirked at this reaction, a small laugh barely contained. I can handle it, I swear. I just wasn't expecting such a punch. Mm-hmm. I believe you. Something tells me that you don't. Sila finished off the Scylla finished off the rest of their drink without breaking eye contact. You said I could try yours, yes? Shinri fully recovered from the burning sip and nudged his glass towards Scylla. Of course. There you go. Scylla picked up the glass and took a careful sip. My goodness, that is far too sweet. Aw, look at the face. If my teeth were any less strong, I'd certainly develop one of those cavities you humans suffer from. Hey, it's not that sweet. It absolutely is. Okay, fine, maybe it is more on the sugary side compared to yours, or any other drink on the menu. Shinri used far too many words in an attempt to justify his drink choices. You seem to know a lot about humans, even something as small as a cavity. Of course I do. It is my job. Your job? To know humans? Something like that. My job is to, how do I say this? Acquire knowledge. I'd love to hear more about that if you're willing to share. Maybe later. Fair enough. I can work with that. If it would help you put at ease, I'm from Elysium. I got here through a magic mirror, I think. I did as well. I believe that may be how most of tonight's guests were transported. Guess that makes sense. Shinri went quiet for a moment as he tried to work out the logistics of traveling to this place. There are so many different kinds of folk at the event. Surely not everyone's journey was without issue. Scylla studied him for a few moments. Her expression slowly softened at the inquisitive look on his face. Did you say Elysium? I have heard of this place. The word Elysium. Good things, I hope. Intriguing things, to be sure. Scylla smirked, and Shinri let out a chuckle. I have mostly heard heroic tales of the skilled Tempests and their battles with epic monsters. What were they called again? Corruption beasts. Ah yes, corruption beasts. Fascinating creatures, I must say. Ah. Okay, another choice. Man. Okay, we're doing the bad ending. We're doing the bad ending first. So we're just gonna go pick the wrong answer choices. Fascinating? They're monsters. Nothing good comes from creatures like them, Shinri says, extremely out of character. All creatures, man or monster, hold multitudes. Perhaps you could learn something from them yet. Shinri looked at Scylla, contemplating what they had said. You're not wrong, and it is my job to investigate after all. Maybe I should dedicate some time to observing them. It was lovely to chat with you too. Shinri thanked his conversation partner as the host moved away from the other table and began to clap its fins. The doors at the end of the room suddenly opened of their own volition, revealing a sumptuous dining room with a grand fireplace and parquet floor. Oh, so cute, so round. Thank you for your patience, dear guests. Please find a seat, then let the soiree begin. Gotta go to bed now, Ruby. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good eeps and good sleeps. Shinri ranged his eyes over the grand dining hall with the shining floors, roaring fireplace, and a graceful chandelier. As he paused in his reverie, Shinri noticed that the guests were making their way towards the table. While he had somehow expected there to be assigned seating, perhaps with fancy nameplates, it appeared that everyone was selecting their seats rather freely. Walking into the room and making his way to the table, Shinri decided to sit. Gotta pick. I guess Scylla the Demon Hound? As long as you just keep picking Scylla, right? Having made a seating choice, Shinri walked up to the table and was happily greeted by his seatmates. Almost as though by magic, a chair appeared for him just at the right spot. Shinri sat down and waited. As everyone made themselves comfortable, the host signaled for a servant bearing fine parchment page to approach. Perhaps the menu? Lovely guests, it is now time for dinner. Our meal shall begin with some lighter fare, tuna tartare, a mushroom and brie croquette, and a tiny cup of fresh gazpacho. Please, enjoy. The host read out the dishes and clapped its tail fins, and the servants brought a delicate plate to each of the guests. Shinri nodded thanks to his server. And glanced over the dishes with no small amount of hunger. He picked up a dainty fork and began tasting the tuna as another servant brought him a glass of bubbling apple cider. After the first few delicious bites, he thought it only polite to ask how his fellow guests were enjoying the meal. Chat with Sila. Sila? Oh no, I'm getting them mixed up. Shinri turned to look at the dragon Sila, then down at their plate. Sila was already eating their meal, and rather quickly at that. Shinri chuckled at their eagerness. I was gonna ask how you were enjoying the food, but I think I have my answer. Sila finished the last sip of the gazpacho and made to pick up the cider. Do you have a problem with the way in which I eat my meal? Absolutely not. I think it's a sign of how good the food is. Can't wait to see what the rest of the night holds. I must admit, the food is fantastic. I'm not accustomed to such lavish meals back at home. Really? To be honest, you give an air of sophistication. I assumed you ate like this every day. It is never a good idea to assume. You should know that, being a reporter and all. Well, that is where a lot of my investigations start. An assumption, a question, a single thought. Point taken. But I am not the high-class noble you seem to think I am. Not exactly, anyway. There is more than meets the eye, as they say. Now I don't doubt that I don't doubt for a second. A Rolodex of questions cycled. Really, guys? Really? A Rolodex? Is that the analogy you guys? Oh, I'm not that old, okay? I am not that's like ancient technology, okay? I'm not that old. Oh my god, I bet you like 25% of the people in chat don't know what a Rolodex is. Oh my god. Back in my day, yeah, we didn't have phone books. We had a Rolodex. It's like a cylinder of pages that you spin around and find. No, oh my god. A Rolodex of questions cycled through Shinri's brain at this new information. It's a watch, right? No. You are that old, but happy late birthday, Shinri. Quiet Kenna, thank you for the 5 months. But you knew what it is, though. No, that's not a good thing. No. Don't call me out like this. Next we like papyrus, like rolls of papyrus paper, parchment, pen and quill. No, quill and ink. Somewhere, someone's still trying to tear a phone book in half. Phone books aren't that big anymore. Did you guys see the new yellow pages are pretty thin? They're about like an inch thick now, because no one needs phone books anymore. So all the modern ones are really thin and tiny. Sad times. Oh my god, wait, there was a really funny magician like short that I saw of this guy who's like throwing away like magic tricks, and like he was like shuffling a whole box of magic tricks into a dumpster, and then like some guy goes up to him and was like, hey, what are you throwing away? And it's like, oh, expired magic tricks, you know, like I'm just getting rid of them. And the cameraman asked, like, what do you mean expired? Like do they go bad or something? And then he goes through the whole like the box of magic tricks. The first one was a penny, It's called penny for your thoughts, where like the penny disappears and appears somewhere else, but they're getting rid of the penny. So you can't use it anymore. Pennies are getting phased out, right? And there was another one with like a newspaper where like you tear up the newspaper and then you blow on it and then it magically gets put back together and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. It was torn and now it's all put together. No one reads newspapers anymore, so people don't understand like what the concept is when you tear it and then you put it back together. And there's like a bunch of other stuff that's just all outdated. It's like, yeah, no one reads newspapers, so the trick doesn't even make sense to the kids now. Oof. I wonder what kind of magic tricks they used to have back then when they had like, I don't know, like cuneiform, like tablets and stuff. Like, who knows? Don't know the last time I put a quarter in one of those little dispensers for a newspaper. Man, ancient technology, long gone and forgotten, lost and forgotten forever. He had to control himself. If he tried to bombard Silo with more questions, he might scare them off. I will choose to take that as a compliment. It is. I can't quite put a finger on it, but I can't help but want to learn more about you. Well, I guess you could say I am more acquainted with the life of survival than one of sophistication. Survival? Like, every day is a struggle to get through? Not quite. It is more akin to constantly navigating the political climate of my kingdom. I am constantly trying to prove my worth so that I am not overshadowed by my peers with similar aspirations. Forgive me. I did not mean to be so candid and ramble on. Please don't apologize. It seems like you're dealing with a lot. And where I come from, we call that ramble word vomit. It sounds atrocious. We are eating a meal and you choose this moment to discuss vomit. Just when I was starting to appreciate your company. No, not literal vomit, it's just a saying. Shinri realized how different the worlds were in this moment. Wait, you appreciate my company? I said no such thing. I think you did. It's okay, I won't make you say it again. I appreciate your company too. I must thank you for being so kind for listening to my word vomit. Perhaps I was too quick to judge you. Wait, do dragons even vomit? Do they have like the necessary like muscles, stomach muscles to be able to do so? Like, did you guys know like there are certain animals that can't vomit, so whenever they eat something bad, they're kind of cooked? You know? Yamster, thank you for the 37 months. If I remember correctly, Shimi stated that he grew up using the latest form of communication, Morse code, and how radio in science fiction at 15. I didn't have color radio when I was born, okay? I didn't grow up with color radio. Every single kid nowadays grows up with a phone in their pockets, right? No, we didn't have color radio until I was at least in my teens. Babylon goggles to give the 33 months. Equity. Info dumping to risk the baddies is high risk, high reward maneuver. Naruhodo. I will say though, if you really want to filter out your potential like dating pool, right? Like just pick something that you're really into. Like let's say for example, you're really into Warhammer 40k, right? Or you're really into Gunpla and like putting together little miniature fakes, right? Just open with that. Just get it out there, right? And anyone who gets filtered by it will be filtered by it eventually, and you will have saved yourself a whole bunch of time, right? Just throw it out there, and anyone who wants to listen to you will want to listen to you, you know? You don't want to end up like being a normie, going out to someone and be like, so how about that sports ball team? Haha, when you have no interest in it, right? Like don't force it. Just get your hobbies out there, you know? Be true and be yourself. Color radio was the biggest evolution in communication for tech for that decade. It really was. Because before color radio, whenever you listen to those like radio dramas and radio shows, it was all black and white. And then they introduced color radio. And then you can suddenly see in color and it's like, oh, the horse is brown. the cowboy, you can see the cowboy hat in the tan, sandy tan color, you know, like, so good. But yes. Anyways, I'm just saying, you know, be what was that saying? Kill the part of you that cringes, not the part of you that is cringe, right? Just get your hobbies out there. And I say this with experience because every single day, well, not every single day, but like most of the days, like maybe 40% of my days, I regret not having just opened up with all of my particular interests when it comes to streaming, because had I done that, I think my debut would have gone very differently and I'd be a lot more comfortable with the type of content that I produce. And it's like, that's what I should have done. You know, I should have just opened up being a freak instead of hiding it away because I thought I had to be proper. And I was like, well, maybe it would make a good contrast between the 3 crazy boys we have here at Vanguard and me, who's like a lot calmer. Maybe no. I should have just opened up like 100% from the get-go, you know? So I speak of this with experience. Just get your hobbies out there, get your interests out there. Yeah. You would open his debut with a date with monsters? No, I would have opened up with the debut with like some body horror fusing thing where like every single person who was in my chat at that point would have been infected, and there would be a subconscious pull to come and watch my streams because the parasite is making you want to fuse with me and become one. Like not really a hive mind, because I think hive minds are kind of boring, but like everyone is their individual. There's just like subconscious pull of like, oh, I should go check out Shinri's stream for some reason, you know? But yeah. And then my mascot would have been an anglerfish, except I would have been the chunky female and everyone would have been the small male, and then the whole point would be to try to bite me and then like latch on to fuse our bodies together. That's what I would have done. Wait, but an anglerfish mascot would be so cute. Because everyone would have different charms. Like some people would have little hearts and stars and swirls and spirals as their little lure. That'd be adorable. Oh my god. Anyways. There's no need to thank me. I just hope you can be yourself tonight without any second guessing or apologizing. I will try. A comfortable moment of silence passed before Shinri continued to eat his meal. So, other than tiptoeing through political mazes at home, how do you like to spend your free time? I do enjoy reading. I'm a frequent visitor to the library. What do you like to read? I am quite fond of a good mystery. Can always rely on it to take my mind elsewhere. I love mysteries too. Well, guess that's not too surprising. That's not too... Well, guess not. I guess that's not surprising. No, I cannot say you caught me off guard with that. A fictional story can be intriguing as the real deal. Very true. I gravitate towards the genre because it allows me to experience these mind-bending puzzles, but also give a satisfying conclusion. I find comfort in the resolution of it all. That makes sense. I'm glad to hear that you have something that makes you happy. I can tell how much you love it just from listening to you talk about it. I'm also incredibly fascinated by the authors who are able to craft such entangling webs in their stories. Yeah, and it takes a special mind to pull it off. You've got to see the world through a completely different lens. Scylla was beaming at the conversation. How many people at home share my love of mystery? Reading during my spare time is often punishable. Having spare time at all is frowned upon, honestly. Really? That sounds awful. It is okay. I find time for recreation where I can. I see. So, you're a rebel. What? I most certainly am not. I follow every rule to the letter. There's no rule against reading fiction. I checked. Aw. Okay, I have to get back. Scylla the rule stickler. Do not call me this. That is not my title. You have a title? So you are a noble. I am not. Move on, please. Next subject. Shinri let out a belly laugh at the demand to shift the conversation. Whatever you say. By the end of the conversation, he found that he had eaten every last bite of his tasty appetizers. What would be next, he wondered. Almost as if in response to Shinri's thoughts, the host stood up again and read from his parchment. Wasn't that lovely? Very refreshing, I thought. Anyway, the next wonderful dish is our main dish. Stuffed wild trailbird with a garnish of sun-dried tomatoes, potato confit, served with a blanched white asparagus in balsamic vinaigrette reduction with a side of polenta cake and a fine raspberry drizzle. Ooh. Please, enjoy. The host gestured grandly with his tail fin. The various servants brought a steaming tray to each of the guests. Shinri nodded eagerly as a ghost servant lifted the lid from his tray, revealing the masterful dish described by the host. The scent of the trailbird was light yet meaty. The asparagus positively glistened. The raspberry drizzle on the polenta cake shined invitingly. Shinri gingerly poked his fork at the bone-white asparagus and brought it to his mouth. How interesting. Yum. Shinri tasted a bit of everything, and then again thought about chatting with the Soiree neighbors. More talks with Scylla. Shinri turned to his table mate, the dragon Scylla, in hopes of continuing the conversation. I might have to get the recipes for some of these dishes and take them back to the guild with me. Do you cook? I thought you were a reporter. Reporter by trade, home cook by choice every once in a while. Shinri thought back to the occupants in the guild hall. Or rather, by necessity sometimes. I enjoy cooking a lot, but haven't had much time lately. Work has been keeping me very busy. Do you have a favorite dish to cook? Shinri thought on it for a moment. It's been a while, but I do have great memories of making takoyaki, so that is up there on my list. Takoyaki? I do not think I have heard of this. It's so good. You combine batter, chopped up octopus, and onions, then you pour the mixture into a special molded pan that makes them come out ball-shaped. They're an amazing snack. Sounds interesting. I do love octopus. Perhaps I should try takoyaki. Can't recommend it enough. Shinri had a small smile on his face when he reminisced about the delicious treat. Not to sound picky, but now I'm wishing it would have been on the menu tonight. You mentioned your work has kept you away from cooking. Yeah, that and other things, unfortunately. I tend to put my work above all. I may be the last person to accept advice from, but it is important to have balance in life. Oh. Okay, we save again for the dialogue option. No. Uncharacteristically mean and rude. Okay. You don't need to tell me that. I know. It's just that when I get a lead on something, it's hard for me to let go. I can't help but try to get to the bottom of the mystery immediately. I can understand that. I have great respect for those committed to the craft. Shows me the kind of person you are. And what kind of person is that? Loyal, dedicated, passionate. All ideal qualities for sure. qualities you seem to possess, undoubtedly. I try, but at the end of the day, I just love what I do. It's a thrill, you know? Chasing the story, uncovering the truth. There's nothing like it. That makes sense. The excitement of the pursuit is an irreplaceable sensation. Exactly. Are there any stories you've been working on lately that are worth sharing? Nothing out of the ordinary in the past week or so, actually. Just your typical corruption beast sightings and attacks. Shinri realized how blasé he may have sounded and quickly tried to remedy this. I mean, every attack is a tragedy, of course, but they occur so frequently that it's sadly become part of the regular news cycle. I know everyone at the guild gives their all to keep Elysium safe. If your friends in your guild are anything like you, I do not doubt that. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot. It was so lovely chatting with these grand creatures and enjoying this marvelous meal. Despite all the conversation, he found that, once again, his plate was empty. He was about to say as much when one of the servants, the Lich, came forward and removed his dish and flatware. As the servants moved in to replace everyone's dishes, the host again stood to announce the third course. I hope you have all been enjoying the grand works of our kitchen here tonight. For the final dish of the night, we'd like to present a dessert platter. Representing the bright sun of the summer, and we have a slice of lemon chiffon pie, served with the rainbow gelato flight, featuring wild strawberry, mango, matcha, and ube gelatos. Feel free to mix and match flavors. The host again signaled with his fin, and the servants began to distribute plates and trays filled with gourmet desserts. Shinri cast a dubious look upon his dessert. He had never been one for sweets, but at least the matcha and the ube gelatos should be pleasant enough. He lifted a dainty dessert spoon and gave each of them a try, then decided to Chawasilla. The dragon Scylla was quite conflicted. I must say, I'm not a fan of sweets and do not partake in dessert often. Me neither. For the sake of the event, however, and for those who have worked hard to prepare all this, I will enjoy it. This dish is not terrible. That's a great way to think about it. Back at home, there's a hard-working team that keeps the castle running smoothly. Their efforts often go unnoticed by the residents. So I try to pay my respects where I can because it is deserved. You're a very kind person, Scylla. I surely do not know what you mean. I simply have common decency. Fair. More people should be like you. Scylla was at a loss for words. So, you live in a castle. Are you sure you're not a noble person? Scylla was taken aback. They had not intended to share more personal information. I am not. But I am under the tutelage of one. Oh? I am in training to become a diplomat for my country one day. And my mentor is a duchess. Now that makes sense. It's all coming together. The formalities, the way you carry yourself, your immaculate outfit. Yes, I know. I'm perfect. Scylla couldn't hold back the smirk. Did you just make a joke? You really have loosened up. You have made it easy to do so. I'm glad to hear that. So, a diplomat, huh? Yes, it is important I learn a great many things about as many subjects as possible. It'll be quite some time before my goal is reached, but I am determined. I respect the grind. Wait, I should explain that one. I know what you meant. I do know some of your colloquialisms. It is part of my job after all. Of course. Now, stop making assumptions, I promise. Good. They took a few bites of the desserts, not wanting them to melt before the meal was over. How are you liking the dessert? I must say I'm quite impressed. I'm quite surprised. I am enjoying it more than I thought I would. Me too. The chefs really know what they're doing. You have a favorite dish that you like to eat back at your castle? I may live in a castle, but my meals remain rather simple. I'm sure you still have a favorite, though. You will laugh. What? What do you mean? I do have a favorite snack, but if I tell you, you will laugh, for I know it will seem absurd to a human. Okay. No. We gotta be mean. As long as it's not dragon meat. What dialogue is this? That seems like such an insensitive thing to say. Especially to a dragon. Oh, man. It can't be that absurd. What if I promise not to laugh? Scylla mumbled an answer under their breath. I'm sorry, what? I couldn't hear you. Crab shells. Shinri did smile, but as promised, contained his laugh. Like, without the meat inside? Okay, yeah, that is a little weird. I tried to tell you. Hey, if it makes you happy, don't let anyone's opinions get in your way. Trust me, I do not. How did that come to be your favorite? I wouldn't have thought that was a delicacy in your realm. It is not. I've discovered it in one of my travels. I was shadowing my mentor on a trip to visit the merfolk. It was something they served to show us hospitality. I enjoyed them so much, I asked our kitchen staff if they could possibly serve it occasionally. I'm sure they were happy to oblige you. Indeed. Shinri was quite pleased by the whole unexpected soiree, even if he hadn't finished his dessert. Everyone was so friendly and interesting, and why not? Shinri had always been convinced that monsters and other creatures were just as fascinating as people, after all. Wait, they do have a snack like that here in Japan, where it's like seasoned baby crabs. It's just a shell. They do have a little bit of meat on the inside, but it's not really that much. But it's like toasted and then seasoned crab shells. It's literally just the crab shells. They're pretty good, but I can't eat too much because I have cavities in my teeth and it hurts sometimes. And I have to go get to a dentist at some point, but I don't have the dental insurance right now to eat too many of it. But they do have it, and it's kind of good. Big crunch, big crunch. I think Kaze and Fukuko make some. Yeah, they have a whole bunch of those. Just all over the place. I see them most often at like Don Quixote or like other big supermarkets or department stores. Yeah. They're pretty good. I wouldn't recommend them to many people. Like if you're a tourist, I wouldn't really recommend it. If you wanted to try for the novelty, absolutely. But I would not see it as like you must try this if you come and visit kind of thing, you know? They get something in the mail that some wards are offering free dental checkups. Oh. Ooh, I should go see if I got one of those. I'll take a free dental checkup. Wow. The host paused, tapped his glass with his dessert spoon, and stood up. Everyone, please, to your feet. Let me declare a toast to our lovely guests tonight, and of course, to the great Senia, who has brought us together on this auspicious occasion. To Senia. Shinri was mildly confused by the toast, but one should always follow the host's wishes, he figured. He wondered who Senia was. Now, if you'll please move toward the doors, we shall begin the dancing. The host gestured, and multiple servants cleared the table and returned to the kitchen. Then, with an audible ding, the table disappeared, and the chairs lifted themselves and traveled toward the various walls of the room. And just like that, the grand room, with its roaring fireplace and smooth parquet floor, was ready for dancing and chatting the night away. Shinri placed his glass upon a proffered tray, then milled about, waiting for something to happen. After a few minutes, Scylla came up and proffered a hand to Shinri. I shall lead. Yes, of course. The pair made their way to the dance floor and began to move effortlessly in time with the music. You are quite skilled at this. I've been known to dabble here and there with dance moves. Scylla squinted their eyes at Shinri. Are you withholding information from me? What? No, that's it. I only dabble. Okay, fine. I've been dancing for years. Not professionally or anything. I just really enjoy it. I'm almost positive that you have more experience with this kind of dancing. I knew I couldn't measure up to your skills, so I didn't want to mention it. I do not care about your dancing skills. I am simply glad to share this dance with you. Besides, you are correct. I am skilled at dance. That is why I insist on leading. Of course. They continued to move through and around the other dance partners on the floor. Both took in the surroundings, the beauty of the entire evening. No. What evil thing are? There really are some strange creatures here tonight. What do you mean by that, Shinri? What do you mean, strange creatures? That is certainly one way to put it, I suppose. Tell me more about the kind of dancing you have practiced. Oh, there's the memory of pole dancing with the boys sprang to the forefront of Shinri's mind against his control. I just really like watching other people dance and trying to learn what looks cool to me. Do your friends dance as well? I'll join in sometimes. It's a lot of fun to teach them something and watch them do their best. Some catch on quicker than others. Don't tell them I said that, though. Your friends sound amazing. Like they are a family to you. Yeah, they're my best friends. I've known them for so long. Couldn't imagine life without them anymore. They really are family. Do you not have many friends back home? Not really. I spend so much time traveling or studying. I have peers, but they are barely acquaintances to me. I'm close to some of the estate staff. And I hesitate to call them friends because they are required to take orders from me. I'll be your friend, Scylla. If you'll have me, of course. Scylla just smiled. No, why so sad? Shinri and Scylla continue their dance around the ballroom. Can I take a turn to lead this time? Do you think you're up to it? I'm quite capable, thank you very much. All right. I will allow this change of pace, but only this once. Thank you for putting your trust in me. The pair laughed at the unseriousness of the moment. Shinri led them in a complex waltz. I do believe you misrepresented yourself. You're an amazing dancer, Shinri. One more time. Oh, I know, he says, extraordinarily humbly. I am very impressed with your skill. Thank you. I have found that most people struggle with being able to follow and lead. Is that a metaphor? If it was, then you're very wise. I mean, I already thought you were wise. You just have a way with words. There you go with more word vomit. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm not offended. Please, do not worry. Okay, sorry. I just want you to know that I've had an incredible time talking with you tonight. I have as well. But you do make a good point. Not everyone possesses the quality of both a loyal follower and a steadfast leader. You are a special person, Josuichi Shinri. I don't know about that. Well, I do. And just like you said, I am wise, so you should probably not argue with me on this. Okay, you win. This event was delightful. I am happy I decided to attend after all. Me too. Glad we were able to keep each other company. I had a great time talking with you. The dancing was fun too. Yes, you make an excellent table mate and dance partner. I know the soiree is over, but maybe after tonight we can still stay in contact. Maybe even go on a trip together, and not a work trip. I do not think that is possible. I must remain focused on my studies. It was lovely to converse with you about my hobbies and interests, but I truly do not have the time to indulge in them or you. Please, do not take this as a personal attack. I understand humans tend to do this. What? No, I'm good. We're good. It's all good. I completely understand. I really do respect your decision and definitely don't want to get in the way of that for you. I can only hope for the best for you, Scylla. Thank you, Shinri. Shinri and Scylla ended their night in more polite conversation. Scylla mentally planned her schedule for the upcoming weeks, eager to get back to work. Shinri thought back on their conversation and tried to figure out where he might have put his foot in his mouth. Oh well, he thought. At least this would be memorable. The end. No. I half expected to get eaten or something, or like... No. No. Why are we all here anyway? I wonder how the trip will go if they continue. They'll be like, Shinri was a jerk at the soiree, and because of that, the dragon folk and humans will now be at war. Thanks a lot, Shinri. No, I'll be the reason why our nations are at war and thousands of people will die. Okay, now we go for the good ending. Let's go. Okay. Scylla, that's a beautiful name. Thank you for the sentiment. So, where are you from? Why are you asking? I didn't mean anything by it. I only wanted to make conversation with you. You seem intriguing, and I'd like to get to know you while we're here tonight. Should we go ahead and skip all the dialogue that we've seen? Because we do have the other two paths that we gotta go through. Scylla looked at Shinri with suspicion, unsure if he could be trusted. Intriguing. Is it me that you are taken with, or rather, the novelty of me? Okay, that is true though. If I meet a hot, sexy alien from outer space, I want them to like me for me, not because I'm the first specimen of a human male that they have interacted with. You know? So like, minor spoilers for my adventures with Superman, right? But like Jimmy Olsen turned down Kara because he didn't want her to fall in love with him simply because of the fact that he was the first human male that Kara discovered, even though like Supergirl's really like just very golden retriever, you know? She doesn't understand it, but like from his point of view, it's like, just because I'm the first guy that she's interacted with doesn't like put me on a pedestal. Like it shouldn't. And if they were gonna get together, they should get together for like real reasons, right? Not just because, oh, first human male, you know, right? But like, oh, no, bro, don't be Jimmy. But like, he's got a point there, you know? Like, if you're gonna date someone for the fact that you're like compatible and you really like each other, not because it's the first alien species or just non-alien, just like a different species that you meet, you know? Like, Also, if you haven't seen it, please go check out the newest season of My Adventures with Superman. The art is so cute. Oh my god, it's adorable. I still love the fact that Lois is Korean American and she's got like a half humble kind of outfit in season 1, and it looks really cool. And also the art is great, and Kara is like puppy. You'll see art of like Kara and you'll be like, wow, very adorable, very head pattable, perfectly understandable. Come on, pass the controller. It's really cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. Anyways, yeah. It's painful, but like, you know, like there's definitely parts of it that's like luck, and other parts that are like, it just, you know, sometimes things line up that way and it works out, but just on principle, you know, like in the Blue Alien Avatar movie, right? Like the main character just like picked the first hot alien waifu that he saw. Like there really wasn't much of whatever going on. It just happened that she had this higher position in like the aliens civilization. Like it just like happened, right? But like don't shoot your shot at the first alien you see, you know? Like just get to know them on a bit more of a personal basis. Don't just be like, ooh, alien, hot, you know? Like, yes, that could be, but like that's too shallow, you know? That's too shallow. I will not stand for this Avatar slander. I'm gonna stand on this hill. I'm gonna die on this hill. He shouldn't have just fallen for any random first alien, like hot alien waifu that he met, you know? Yeah, she just happened to be the princess, right? It's like, come on. You wouldn't do that? No. At least you'd try to figure out like what's going on with the species first, you know? To be fair, she's the first one he met. That's the thing. He fell in love with the first alien that he met, right? It's like, you should fall in love with someone because you like them, right? Not because they're the first alien you meet and you're like, whoa, new species, let me bang. No, like, no. That's just too shallow. But anyways. All right, we're gonna skip ahead with the dialogue that we've already seen and go to all the different choices. Yeah. Music works a bit too well, nodding off. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. They spent months together and got to develop a relationship. To be fair, no, it's a workplace relationship. That doesn't count. You can't, don't fall in love with a coworker just because you're together at the office and you are suffering from proximity effect. Like, don't. No, it doesn't count. It still doesn't count. You can No, just like if you work in an office and you think your options are limited, your standards are gonna plummet. And then you'll be like, well, Kevin from accounting isn't that bad, so maybe like if I had enough drinks, no, do not the workplace relationships. Do not the workplace relationships, okay? The adage is you don't shit where you eat, okay? And no, just don't. Do not date coworkers. It never works out for you, okay? It never works out. True, sometimes you want to be plain so you can feel click with someone rather than think you're special, right? Like, wow, aliens. Like, yeah, but like, I want you like me for me, not for my race, not for my species, not for my alien biology where you're a carbon-based life form, but I'm a sulfur-based life form. You know, like, I want you to love me for me, not because of my sulfur-based biology. Or something like that. I don't know. I would love to see what a sulfur-based life form would look like, because everything on Earth is carbon-based. Well, most everything is carbon-based. Isn't like 99.9%? I'm sure we have some sulfur-based life forms that are like deep sea vent bacteria that use chemosynthesis instead of photosynthesis, but I don't know if I don't know if the deep sea bacteria pass the hardness test, so dating them is out of the question, you know? Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and skip all this. What would sulfur-based life form look like? I hope they're bulbous. I hope they're kind of bulbous, like round. I kind of wish they were like squishy, so like you could hug them and like different like body parts. You know, like those like stress toys where you like squeeze and like the goo like pops out of them, right? Kind of like that. I don't know. Former coworker I had at my first construction job got together with the secretary on site, made things a bit awkward. No. What if you have a falling out? You know, then it gets worse. But they probably smell like rotten eggs. Hey, you can't be so quick to judge. Just because we're all carbon-based life form doesn't mean we all smell like charcoal. You know, like maybe some of them smell like sandalwood and musk and a little bit of sweat, and maybe it's like really hot. Like, what if it smells and you're like, ooh, wait, that smells really good, you know? Who knows, right? Okay, we're gonna skip all the dialogue that we have already seen, and then we're gonna continue with all the positive dialogue options. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we're the smelly ones to them, right? They'll be like, ew, you smell like carbon. You smell like graphite and pencil lead. Ugh. I don't know. I don't want someone who smells like my dad 24/7. Fun fact, biologically, you cannot. That's why they did the smell study of like, they had a whole bunch of, okay, to be fair, it's a very minor study, and I mean like minor, as in like it's a very small study. I think they had a sample size of like 36 women. So don't take it with a huge grain of salt, like not even a grain, like a table, that's actually a lot of salt. But take it with salt, because the study is very small and it has not been replicated, and it's not like it's not established science, right? But there is the hypothesis that the people you are attracted to when it comes to smells depend on genetics. The more genetically close someone is to you, the less likely you will find that person smell attractive or be like, ooh, this person smells good, because it's supposedly like a genetic thing where like evolutionarily you want to find a mate who is more genetically diverse than you are, and to you they will smell better than someone who is closer to you genetically, because if you're like very close relatives, they will smell bad and not attractive to you. Human smelling like charcoal sounds like a good meat to barbecue. Oh, I could go for some meat. That'd be nice. Thank you for the soup. Thank you. But like, I don't think it's technically been proven yet. I think it's just still a hypothesis as like a, hey, in this one study we did a while back, it just happened to be that most women found the sweaty shirts of men most attractive based on how, or the reason why, no wait, hold up. These women, these small sample size of women, found attractive these shirts of men who turned out to be more genetically diverse in terms of their DNA and like genome than those who were similar. It's not like the women were able to analyze someone's DNA and be all like, oh, your DNA is genetically diverse from mine. therefore I will find your sweat attractive. No, it was, I like the smell. Full stop. And then the scientists were like, I wonder what causes that. And then they just compared a whole bunch of different factors. And they're like, oh, it turns out that the thing that seems to be common amongst all of these is that they're just genetically diverse. But again, I don't think there has been a follow-up study. I don't think it's like actual science. It's just this one study that a lot of people love to talk about. So it's just treat it more like pop science than anything. But yeah. Yeah. Is that why I hate my brother's smell? It might be. It might be. Or it just might be like the associations you have with like the smell being associated with your brother and like all the sibling shenanigans that happens. There was a study seeing how contraceptive pills affected it, wasn't it? Women taking the pills were affected, or I'm misremembering. I think so. I feel like there was. I don't really remember all the details about it. I just remember the original one. But yeah. If it's a study you're thinking about, they also have one with women's cousin's shirt to be smelled. She was repulsed by it. I would also be repulsed by the smell of my cousins. How would you even... Well, no, that makes sense. But like, I wonder if culturally it would be different. Like if you tried that in, say, California versus like Alabama, would the base sample, like the sampling pool change? Like, what if it's a cultural thing, you know? Or like, you never know, like what if it's regional, like maybe it's an acquired taste, right? Like you've grown up and you're like, normally I dislike the bitter taste of coffee, but now I enjoy it. So like, what if it's a cultural thing, you know? So who knows? I feel like there should be more of these studies, but I feel like a lot of it would end up being like abused and turned into pop science and kind of turn it to shenanigans. But contraceptive ones of the women who were taking birth control had the taste of men change. I don't know if that's true because it was never changed for me. I don't know. I feel like it's a very good place to look more into. We just don't have the studies to back it up for some reason. You know, like I feel like there's like potential there, you know, like if anyone, I say this knowing the fact that a lot of university studies are kind of useless because a huge chunk of them, the sample pool is other university students. You know, like whenever you're doing like a scientific study, what do most people turn to? Their friends, right? So they're like, hey, fellow university students, please become part of the sample size for the study. And there's like a lot of bias that happens because university students, like those who live in dorms, act very differently from those who live in like individual homes or apartment units or like separately or whatever. And the life experiences and whatever they go through is very different from people who are like outside of college once they've graduated, right? Like because of that, a lot of university studies need to be taken with a huge grain of salt because the sample size is other university students, you know? So could be that too, but I want to know. I want to know what happens. Like, what happens if you have like normal people? You know, like give me a study where you have like a 36-year-old man going around sniffing other 36-year-old men's shirts and be like, how do you rate that? You know, like give me someone who has to pay taxes. You know, not undergrads who live in dorms. Oh my god, that's why all the like the health research studies about like diets and stuff, they're really useless because if you pay attention to it, you're like, oh, the sample size is like 50 university students, you know? Like these are students who go to class and then have time for gym. Like I used to swim like 4 days a week. I had a lot of fun swimming 4 days a week. Now I can't do that, you know? Like once I enter the workforce, you don't have time to go swimming 4 days a week, right? So fat lot of good, the dietary study is going to happen if you're unable to suddenly work out that often or have access to the pool you know, like the life circumstances of university students is so different once you get out of college. So, anyways. Like sniffing shirts, please fill out a questionnaire. Wait, could I do that? Can I work out? Wait, Mana-chan, Chihuahua Mana, I know you're listening to my stream on the side. I know you have me like on a tab, on a window tab somewhere. Can I like just work out really hard and then cut up pieces of my shirt and then mail it out to the fish and then have them sniff and see what it's like? Like, can we do that? Hey, the company isn't going to give us any more merch, right? So we got to come up with our own merch too, right? So I'll just have like a little air vial of my shirt sweat, just like a small piece of fabric cut up with sweat, and then I'll put it in a vial. I'll seal it up, and then we'll sell it for like, I don't know, $10 USD plus shipping and handling. I don't know. What are the tariffs on that? That's how we save holostars. Yes, I will literally save holostars with my sweat. In every literal sense of the word. With my blood, sweat, and tears. Wait, I wonder if it'd be any different. Like if I did package my blood, sweat, and tears. You can order one individually, but if you get the full set, you'll get a signed checky from me. And the checky is a fish. I don't know. I'll send you guys a fish, like mackerel, and I'll just sign my name on the Sharpie on the mackerel, and I'll just send it to you. Wow, that's so wild. Anyways, where do we sign up? Haha. Thank you for the super free. Thank you. Wait, I kind of want to know. Can we? Wait, hold on. Can we? Let's see. Where is the thing? Wait, I should just Google this, right? Is it illegal to ship sweaty clothes internationally? By whose laws, right? By whose laws? Can this be my pre-order down payment? On chat, thank you for the super. Non-mailable articles in international mail from the Japan Post. These are the items that cannot be sent via international mail according to laws and treaties: spray, perfume, fireworks, sunblock, nail polish, hair tonic, alcoholic beverages, electronic cigarettes, power banks. I do not see sweaty shirts. Okay? I guess it would most likely fall under perfume. Can't send coins, banknotes, paper money, securities, traveler's checks, unprocessed precious minerals and stones. Examples of dangerous goods: explosives, gases, flammable liquids, oxidizers, poison, radioactive, corrosive, other harmful substances. There's nothing that says sweat is not allowed. Is it illegal to ship vials of sweat? Sweat is generally classified as exempt human specimen by major mail carriers. What can and cannot be? Oh wait, no, this is for Spain. This might be harder to research than I thought, because a simple Google test would give me a lot of like drug tests and stuff. He's saving the holostars with sweat. With enough DNA extractions, one could create a homunculus. Well, here's the thing. I am okay with sending you parts of my DNA because I know the technology isn't there yet for hyper growth of DNA specimens. So you could make a copy, like a clone of me, but it's still going to take 35 years, right? And I'm fairly confident you could still watch me for at least 35 more years before the clone of me hits 35. And like by that point, like you've already been watching my streams, you know, like there isn't a way to quickly grow a copy of me, even if you wanted to, you know? So like also raising a kid in this economy, like even it's not even yours, it's just like a clone of me. That I don't think a lot of people would do that, you know? Maybe we need a ton of skin algae. Scratch and sniff magazines. Yeah. The sourdough starter. Oh my god. Wait. How much yeast can I grow on my skin? Because I'd have to make sure it's my yeast and not like Japan Air yeast. You know, like it's gotta. I wonder. Could I try? How do you even do that? I need to get like those little petri dishes and like the agar. Not as long as the yeast on the feet. No, it'll be yeast from other places like my shoulders. I'm pretty sure you can find yeast without feet yeast. I think feet yeast is not healthy. Anyway, let's get back to this. Shinri held his glass out and Scylla mirrored his actions. Oh wait, we already read this one. Okay, skip forward to the next dialogue option. Ah, here we go. That is one way to describe them. There's definitely still a lot to learn about them. I know that much at least. Knowledge is valuable, no matter the subject. See, chat? Even Scylla agrees with me. Knowledge is valuable. You just gotta know. When you become the bread maker. Shinri looked at Scylla, contemplating what they had said. You're not wrong, and it is my job to investigate after all. Maybe I should dedicate some time to observing them. It was lovely to chat with you too. Okay, I'm gonna skip again. Between Scylla and the demon hound. The chair appears. Okay, skip, and then talk with Scylla. Shinri turned to look at the dragon Scylla, then looked down at their plate. Scylla was already eating their meal, and rather quickly at that. Shinri chuckled at their eagerness. I was gonna ask you how you were enjoying the food, but I think I have my answer. Scylla finished the last sip of their gazpacho and made to pick up the cider. Do you have a problem with the way in which I eat my meal? Okay, same dialogue, so we're gonna skip ahead. Okay. Chat again with Scylla. Skip again. Ah, here we go. I know. Thank you for the reminder. It always helps to hear for someone else. It's just that when I get a lead on something, it's hard for me to let go. I can't help but try to get to the bottom of a mystery immediately. I can understand that. I have great respect for those committed to their craft. Shows me the kind of person you are. And what kind of person is that? Loyal, dedicated, passionate. All ideal qualities for sure. Qualities you seem to possess, undoubtedly. Okay, more same dialogue, so we're gonna skip. More chat with Scylla. More skip. Alright. The strange snack part. Alright. Hey, we humans have our own strange snacks. I have been munching on what's it called again? Hang on. I forgot what it's called. It's like this it's like a Chinese snack. La tiao? La tiao? It's like gluten. It's like gluten chewy snack, but oh yeah, it is latiao. Latiao. It's like a chewy gluten, like just the gluten bit of a bread, just the chewy part, and then it's like soaked in this chili oil. Oh, it's so good. It's that's my current snack. I can't eat too much of it, but they have this one that has Sichuan peppers in it. So when you bite into it, it gives you that little numbing, tingling sensation on your lips, and ooh, those are really good. I like them a lot. Hey, we humans have our own strange snacks. Oh, speaking of which, spicy sweet fermented squid. That has also been my snack of choice. But it's kind of pricey. It's like 300 yen for like 3 spoonfuls of it. I wish it was cheaper. But it's like 300 yen for like a small package of it, but it's really good. It can't be that absurd. What if I promise not to laugh? Scylla mumbled their answer under their breath. Sorry, what? I couldn't hear you. Crab shells. Alright, we've already talked about crab shells. Next. So cool to see so many different kinds of people doing their own version of a ballroom dance here. Truly, I love seeing beings from all walks of life come together. Tell me more about the kind of dancing you practice. Pole dancing? Yeah, the pole dancing. Okay. I'm still tempted. I had to save so much money, but like a sofa or a pole dance or a pole dancing pole. I have to make the choice. I can't afford both. Okay? I can't afford both. It's gotta be one or the other. Which do you think it'll be, chat? My place right now is already like hashtag male living space. Like you come in here and like there's no place to sit. I have this box, I have this sound booth, and I have my bed on the floor, and that's basically it. I don't have any furniture. Like it's not suitable to guests. I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna have guests really, like outside of the boys dropping in here and there, but like beyond that, this is like single living space. All right, go ahead and skip all this again. I don't want to sound like I was bragging before. I thought I'd let my actions speak for me. I am very impressed with your skill. Thank you. I have found that most people struggle with being able to follow and lead. Was that a metaphor? Enrichment funds? I'm not like a hamster. What are you talking about? Oh, it's time for Shinri's enrichment. Quick, get the little stick with the feather on the tip of it. A hamster wheel in my little cage. Thank you for the super. Thank you. A bed, a box, a pole, and an air fryer. I really do kind of want an air fryer, but I don't have a place to put it. There's no space for me to put an air fryer. An enrichment wheel. You guys are my enrichment already. Alright, let's skip ahead again. There we go. This evening has been delightful. I must admit, I was apprehensive to attend this event when I first received the invitation. I do not often travel alone, let alone attend important events without my mentor. This turned out to be a real treat. I feel the same way. I'm glad I accepted the invite. Glad I got to meet you. Maybe in the future, you'd be open to going on a trip together. A trip that isn't work-related. No study sessions, writing reports, just you, me, and all the tasty food we can eat. What do you think? Aww, wait, this art is so cute. I think that sounds absolutely wonderful. I do not know when I will have the time, but I will try my best to make time for it. Aww. So, would you say I've convinced you yet? Hmm? That humans aren't all that bad. Yes, I will admit, I may have judged too quickly. You win. As the evening wrapped itself up, Shinri and Scylla stood at the edge of the balcony and continued their conversation. They made their plans for the future with surety of mind that each would be a fixture in the others. Aww. Cute. Man, scheduling though, that's so hard. That was adorable. You guys are cracked. Like all the art has been super adorable, been super sweet. Aw. All right, let's go back to where was it? Okay, next in the poll, I think it was the wolf, right? That's right. He was sneezing. I wonder if he's allergic to hair, like our hair. Okay, chat, give me a minute. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick again, and then we'll pick this right back up and then continue on. What time is it? 1:20? Okay, I still have plenty of time. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom once more. You guys too, go grab some water, stretch your legs, wiggle around a bit, and we'll pick it up when I get back. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. All right. I realize we probably don't need to save at every dialogue option. Probably just the first one, because we're picking all the like positive responses and negative responses anyway. So if we just start from the beginning here, I think it should be, well, excuse me. I think it should be easier. But yeah. Turn around again. What the fuck? I'm facing the same direction. What about two positive numbers? Don't turn around. Don't turn around again. What the fuck? I'm still facing the same direction. And the fun part is that actually that is how it works. Because when you multiply something by a negative number, all you're basically doing is flipping the reference. Like imagine you have like a standard like x z-axis graph. I forget what it's called. But like you get that, right? All you're doing is like rotating it 180 degrees. You're like flipping it. So yeah, you literally are turning around and then turning around again. So yeah. That's actually how it works, which is why you just don't turn around when you multiply two positive numbers. Don't turn around. Don't turn around again. The face that Teto makes is adorable. I love Teto's voice. Oh my god. I wish I had Teto's voice. I want Teto's voice. It's really soothing to listen to. All right, same thing. We're gonna pick all the negative responses first, see the bad ending, and then we'll check out the positive results. Yeah. And I think we'll skip past like all the intermediary parts in the middle, just to see the main dialogue with. Wait, did we ever get their name? I forgot if we ever got their name. Watching this video of Teto would have saved my 6th grade self, right? Kids nowadays have Teto to help guide them. I saw people doing crazy stuff like putting in like a Teto text-to-speech thing where they'll take their class lessons, or like they'll just copy all the like the chapter like textbook passages or whatever from like a history lesson book or whatever, and then just have Teto speak it out loud on like 2x like on 2x speed, and Teto will just read out loud the text, and apparently some people respond better to that because it's easier for them to process things that are told to them instead of just reading it on the text. Yeah. Teto is older than you, think in terms of when she started to come into existence. When did Teto? How old is Teto? I see Teto depicted as 30 in their mid-30s constantly. 31? Psh, I'm older than Teto. I'm older than Teto by a couple of years now. Oh man. Teto's 31. When will we get a 40-year-old Vocaloid? I want a 40-year-old Vocaloid. Can I be the 40-year-old Vocaloid? How many years do I have left before I turn 40? I have some number of years before 40. Age-wise, she's in her 30s, but she started as an April Fool's joke. Don't worry, I started out as an April Fool's joke too. Wait, hold up. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. January babies might actually be April Fool's babies. Like, oh man, wait, that's crazy to think about. January babies might actually be April Fool's. Oh, don't tell me that I'm a January. April Fools. Now you have to pay taxes, and you have to get a job, and you have to maintain your credit score. Let's go. All right. Negative responses, and then yeah, negative responses first, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll just skip ahead and only read the positive ones afterwards. Here we go. Offer him a pocket square. Oh, The little koi fish. Shinri removed his pocket square and offered it to Alistar. Oh, Alistar. There we go. The pocket square was orange with the koi fish in the corner. Actually, there's 2 koi fish. Continuity error in the text. 0 out of 10. Literally unplayable. 2 koi fish. Writers and proofreaders, I demand a fix. I demand a hot fix. Please patch this. Alistar took it gratefully and began to clean his face. Thank you. It's terribly dusty in here. Dusty? Shinri looked around the room. He noticed when he first came in that the building seemed to be on its last legs. He was honestly a bit more worried about its integrity. Was there a basement in the manor? Imagine they put a patch over a single coin. If the floor gave out and they fell through, would they be able to survive the fall? Well, it depended on the depth of the basement and its contents. Shinri stopped this train of thought before he got off the track of the original topic of conversation. The point was, despite being in ill repair, the manor was clean, not a speck of dust in sight. You must have a very sensitive nose. Alistar nodded. Indeed, it is quite a pain at times, but at others it comes in quite handy, like right now. Alistar pointed toward the kitchen. I can tell there are 5 staff members in there right now preparing food. And I can also tell that the second room to the left down the hall, achoo, was not clean for the party. Alistar blew his nose again. I tried to get our host to sign a contract with my company to avoid this issue. It's a special occasion after all. And should be treated as such. But they insisted on making all the preparations on their own. Shinri let out a small, interested gasp. How does it work? Could you just sense the number of entities, or each as an individual? Does everyone have a different smell? Shinri had been told that he smelled like cranberry wine, and he wondered if that was still the case. Alistar puffed his chest out a bit at the attention. I can identify anyone by their unique smell once I get a good whiff of it. For example, Naya, the mermaid, smells like the ocean. Silas, the shadow man, like a faint spring meadow. And Sala, the dragon here at the table with us, like patchouli. Oh, ooh. Alistar looked intently as Shinri and held out a hand. May I? Oh, Shinri realized Alistar was asking permission to catalog his scent. He nodded and placed his hand onto the back of Alistar's fluffy one. The demon flipped his palm facing outward and dipped his snout down to sniff at Shinri's wrist. You, Shinri, smell like coffee beans and... that's interesting. There's a faint scent of ancient magic clinging to you. Ancient magic? Yes, it's admittedly hard to pin down. I noticed a similar smell when I first entered Blackwood Manor, but strangely it disappeared mere moments after I'd acknowledged it. Shinri agreed that this was quite strange and wished to learn more about it. Do you have any idea how it could have gotten on me? Not that I'm denying my own ability to be magical. I try my best. Maybe it's the scent of Senia, and they have taken an interest in you. Regardless, I think it leans in our favor of catching a glimpse of them tonight. Senia. Was that the name of another guest? I need to know if Alistar has coffee bean paws. Oh my god. Could you imagine if they could smell coffee bean on my hand because like my blood is 10% coffee? Just he says, taking another sip of coffee. Possibly a staff member then, Shinri mused. Maybe even the ghosts he'd seen when he first arrived. With ancient magic that's taken an interest in him, he'd very much like to meet them. Ooh. Alright, let's... I don't think there's a particularly positive or a negative choice here, but we'll just keep going with the bottom selection. About his drink. He continued to talk to Alistar, inquiring about his drink of choice this evening. What poison have you picked this evening, Alistar? The hound's cocktail was mostly clear but had a red, almost suspiciously blood-like syrup sitting on the bottom of the shot glass that had been given it. At this point, Shinri wouldn't be surprised if it was blood. I mean, it would be. Yeah, blood is denser than most alcohols, so it would sink. Although I think blood would end up curdling, wouldn't it? Because, like, alcohol's a bit more acidic than... Well, no, I guess not all of them. Maybe. Wait, I haven't tried that before. We should try that. Alcohol and blood? Maybe it would depend on the proof. There was a reason demon blood sacrifices were so popular after all. Alistar chuckled. It has some concoction called a mad dog. Feet Koi must have thought it was terribly hilarious offering it on the drink menu. Fortunately for them, I also found it quite amusing and had to try it. The conversation was smoothly, if unexpectedly, disrupted by the return of the goblins. Okay, we'll skip this part since we've seen this one already. Continue talking with Alistair. So, Shinri, a rodent walks into a soiree, sees a dragon, a wolf, a man made of shadows, and a mermaid, but chooses the wolf. Why? Shinri pondered this for a moment. It had admittedly been a tough decision. All the guests were quite amazing. But the reason he'd chosen to talk to Alistair first was... Alistair was just... You ain't special, you're just the closest being near me. It was a difficult decision, so I approached the person, entity, closest to me. I see. Alistair's mood grew somber, but a moment later he perked up again with a thoughtful look on his face. I noticed this evening you've been surprisingly calm in the face of learning the supernatural is real tonight. Even as someone who is interested in the macabre, have you encountered strange happenings during your travels as a Ronin? Nothing like this. Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. I have to screenshot this. Chucky, I'm not pointing you out. I'm not singling you out because of this. But I'm singling you out because of the auto translate. You have to see it. The auto translate, I don't know what you said, but it just said no tits. I'm not sure what's going on with the auto translate, but that's just what I saw. No, not the demon hound tits. I don't know what's going on with the auto translate. It's not the best. It just says random stuff. Periodically. So it says poppers. Oh my god. As silly as it is, I might just leave it on because I see you guys just say weird stuff when Google Chat tries to auto translate. Oh my god. You know what? Sorry, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm just keep it on the screen. No tits. There we go. We'll just put it right there in the corner. Oh my god, there it is. There it is. Look, it's okay. So here's more auto translate shenanigans. Hey Haka, hello Hakitos. Everyone who just showed up, auto translate is kicking in, and you guys are all saying wine, wine. Like, remember when I was playing Subnautica and I was like, what do you guys mean wine, wine? Every single time you guys type in wee 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 wee, it just changes to wine. I don't know why, but it's auto-translating to wine. So I just see a whole bunch of... We're saying ka. I guess in some language, ka means wine, wine. So it just says wine, wine, wine. So every one of you, they're just like, wine, 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 wine. So that's all I just see. It's just wine, 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 wine. Oh, the birds are drunk. Alcoholism, ho. But yeah, it's silly. I'm just gonna keep it there. What language even is that? Why is it translating caw to wine? Hey, Okitos. We're just going through some birthday projects from the Clays, and we are at a soiree, and we're hanging out with some fun entities. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Nothing like this, but when I traveled from Xenakungi to Elysium, I encountered a lot of monsters, including corruption beasts. And this is much more exciting, though. I actually get to learn straight from the mouth of the being I'm interested in. Indeed, it provides a unique perspective. If there's anything you want to know about demon hounds, I'll do my best to answer your questions. Oh, there was something I wanted to ask. The collar around your neck, is it a demon thing or an Alistar thing? The black collar around the demon's neck caught his eye. Felt a bit too on the nose for it not to have some significance. Oh, this. I wasn't expecting that to be your next question. He raised a hand up to rub against the soft leather. It's a bit of both. This collar in particular was a gift. They are all the rage with younger demons nowadays. It's not something I'd pick up for myself personally, but I've been wearing it so long now I've often forget I'm wearing it. Maybe I should change it up sometime. What do you think, Shinri? Not anything silver, though. That's always irritated my skin. Ooh. Gemstones? Gemstone pendants are very beautiful. Shinri himself had a gemstone brooch tying his outfit together. Alistar smiled at him. Indeed. Though there are so many options, it might be hard to pick one that goes well with any outfit. The conversation naturally wound down as time for dinner approached. It was wonderful to meet you, Shinri. I hope I did not bore you with the ramblings of an old man. Shinri quite enjoyed the conversation and hoped this would not be the last time they talked this evening. It seems our host is about to make an announcement. I do hope we run into each other again this evening. It was lovely to chat with you too. Yeah. And then we'll skip this part here. Oh, so round. It's a chunk. Oh, perfect for hugging. Okay. We'll skip that part because... Oh, interesting. We have fewer choices this time around. Okay. I'm going to sit between Scylla and Alistar. Having made a seating choice, Shinri walked up to the table and was happily greeted by his seatmates. Almost as though by magic, a chair appeared for him just at the right spot. Shinri sat down and waited. Everyone made themselves comfortable. The host signaled for the servant bearing a fine parchment page to approach. Perhaps the menu? I think the menu is the same in all of this part, so we'll just go ahead and skip. Alright, chat with Alistar. I'm officially loving this tuna tartare. Alistar the demon hound laughed at this joke. It is quite delightful, isn't it? The catering service is excellent every year. A very reputable company. Wait, he comes to this soiree a lot? Wait, every year? What's a demon hound like you doing at a soiree like this? Oh wait, no, hold up. Coming here often? I guess once a year isn't really often. Alistar went to take another bite, but paused, glancing between their host and Naya the mermaid. Although I do wonder how morally correct it is to eat this, considering some of our company. Even for a demon, this feels a bit impolite. There's nothing wrong about it. Fish eat fish all the time. Tuna, specifically, are carnivores. Did you know they have 40 teeth? That's 8 more than an adult human. 12 more if wisdom teeth are removed. And that the shape of their teeth is affected by their main diet and where they live. For example, bluefin tuna mostly eat squid and shellfish that have needle-like teeth. But yellowfin tuna eat small crustaceans and their teeth have more cone-like structure. It's quite interesting. Oh, and there's also the dogfish tuna, which has teeth you'd be more familiar with. The one that feeds off of many fish species. Oh, but kois are omnivores if you're curious. They can kind of eat anything. Alistair quietly listened to Shinri's fish rant. Once he'd finished, Alistair gave a light chuckle. A warmth spread across Shinri's cheeks. He coughed into his hand. Sorry, I guess you didn't ask for a TED Talk with your appetizers. No, I found it very endearing. It's not often I learn something new about my meal. Thank you. Wait, this implies that Alistair, the fact that he did not comment on what a TED Talk was, implies that he knows what a TED Talk is. Wow. What does that mean? Oh, all right then. Shinri was a bit flustered and looked back down at his plate. Wait, there isn't like a positive or a negative response to this. I don't know which one to pick. Ooh. I'll go with the gazpacho. We'll just pick the bottom response. Shinri ate a spoonful of the fresh gazpacho. It was very refreshing. Out of the corner of his eye, Shinri saw Alistair turn up his nose and push his bowl of gazpacho to the side. Do you not like gazpacho, Alistair? I have nothing with the dish itself. I'm quite fond of soup, but I do have an issue with garlic. This is why I could never date a vampire, no matter how hot they are. Like, I would love garlic so much, and no, I would feel bad. Like, I can't be like, hey babe, do you want me to get you some garlic bread? And then be like, no, we can't. Like, we can't even eat pizza. Like, where could you go where you'd be able to find food for your like sexy hot tomboy vampire partner, and you to be able to enjoy garlicky foods? You know, like, I don't know. Why? Are you secretly a vampire, not a demon? I'm quite sure I'm a demon. Unfortunately, it is due to my canine lineage. Even demons could have dietary restrictions. Even though it looks tasty, Shinri offered Alistair his croquette. Here, take my croquette, and I'll eat your soup. Much obliged, Shinri. Out of the corner of his eye, Shinri saw the host chatting with some other guests further down the table and recalled his conversation with Alistair earlier about smells. He described the scents of the other guests. What about our host, feet koi? I admit I've not been able to pin down his scent either. It's as if he doesn't have one, but that's impossible. Everyone has a scent, even if it's to cover up a different one. Maybe I'm losing my touch with old age. At least the answer wasn't feet. Well, that did leave another smelly mystery to be solved. As Shinri was lifting the spoonful of gazpacho toward his mouth, something suddenly felt off. A drop of soup rolled off the spoon, landing back in the bowl, sending a ripple across the surface. Once the soup settled again, another ripple appeared, not under the spoon. Shinri stared into the bowl and... dip his spoon back into the bowl? Is it alive? The only live food I've eaten was live octopus, and I wouldn't... It's tasty, but I would not recommend it as like a general food that most people try. If you guys are squeamish with live octopus, like the full octopus, you can get live, well, like, I guess technically not live. You can get like fresh octopus legs that you can eat, like just the legs on their own. Like that's okay too if you feel squeamish about eating the face of the octopus. But I don't know. I don't know if I would recommend it to everyone. It's definitely an experience, but it's not an experience that I think you need to try, especially if you're a little bit squeamish with food. But yeah. Anyways. Fish don't sweat, by the way, so you won't have sweaty feet. They temperature regulate by just breathing in the water. Well, breathing, air quotes, the water, you know, but they don't sweat. There's no need for them to sweat, so you won't have sweaty feet. Don't worry about it. Yay? Question mark? Suddenly, something broke the surface of the soup, splashing the savory dish on both of them. A tiny skull stared up at Shinri from the bowl. Alistar pulled out the pocket square and quickly cleaned the gazpacho splatter off his coat. Shinri grabbed his napkin to save his own outfit from permanent disaster. No? Question mark? There is no need to worry, Shinri. Just a Clavelina ossis pande. Ooh, what is that? Clavelina os pande, also known as the skeleton panda sea squirt. It is a type of non-supernatural sea creature that feed off plankton and bacteria. They are well known for looking like skeletons. Wait, really? Skeleton sea squirt. Oh, wait, they're so cute. Oh my god. Yo, wait, they're precious. Oh my god. What? That's so cute. Yo. What the heck? They are adorable. Here's a pic. It's from Reddit. This is a picture from Reddit, so be careful. It's going to do the weird, annoying thing that Reddit does with images now. But look at it. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that. They have little eyes, and they're like, "Arr," the whole time. That's so cute. They're so cute. They're so squishy looking. Aww. Those are adorable. Shinri was baffled. This was honestly the most shocking thing he'd experienced so far this evening. Wait, what do they taste like? I'm curious now. But why is one in my soup? The poor creature was probably in danger. Someone must have enchanted this little guy to live on in other environments. I suspect he escaped from the kitchen. They are often used to help clean dishes and the like. Alistar waved at one of the servants who gave Shinri a new bowl of soup and carried the enchanted sea squirt back to where they belong. Shinri, would you like to learn how to do that particular enchantment? It's quite simple to draw out. Yeah, sure, if you're willing to teach me. Alistar pulled out a piece of paper from his coat and began to draw a variety of symbols on it, explaining each one to Shinri. The way Alistar taught was easy to follow, and Shinri was excited to try the enchantment on a willing koi when he returned home. Hey chat, check this out. I learned a new spell. I learned how to draw it. It's called Black Hole. What was that from? The Witch Hat Atelier? That one where like it doesn't matter if you have magic or not, if you can draw the spell, then it works. And then like I haven't seen it yet, but I know everyone is like madly in love over Keyfrey? Yeah. And then there's like this whole like war between like the pointy hats and then the wide brimmed hats. But personally for me, I have a soft spot for wide brimmed witch hats. I think the wide brimmed witch hat like design is really cute. The bigger the brim of the hat, the cuter it is. I love those. Anyways. With this enchantment, he'd be able to take the lovable fish to places they had never seen before, like the inside of a refrigerator. I remember seeing the trend of like showing my pet places that they've never seen before. So they'll hold up a little puppy or like a kitten and then like open the freezer of their fridge and then just be like, look at this. This is the freezer component. And the cat's like, what? What's going on, huh? Why? What is this? Like they're just so confused, but they're like, it's adorable. My favorite had a Pibble who just looks so happy. Aww. By the end of the conversation, he found that he had eaten every last bite of his tasty appetizers. What would be next, he wondered. Oh, okay, we're gonna skip this part. Chat with Alistar once more. Alistar the Demon Hound had been a great conversation partner so far. Shinri decided to continue chatting with him. Is this asparagus also supernatural? It does look quite ghostly, doesn't it? Thanks to stream MEP Miko. Thanks for stopping by. If you need to get some sleep, get some good eeps and good sleeps. But no, it has no magical qualities to it. However, it is still very special. White asparagus is grown in complete darkness, depriving it of chlorophyll, which gives it its signature ghostly color. And it doesn't taste much different from regular asparagus. Not that it's bad, maybe sweeter, more tender. It is a bit hokey in my opinion, I must admit. It definitely has a better aesthetic. Actually, it looks a lot like a ghost pipe. That would not be as delectable. Maybe if it was cooked and used as a topping. Heard it can be consumed in small quantities. Probably. That would be edible at least once. Well, yes, that is the case with most things. Maybe stick with the asparagus if you want a spooky-looking meal in the future. The conversation was interrupted by a mental clearing of the throat as the host adjusted the table. Oh. Okay. Wait, what? This is different. Friends, we are now partway through the night. Let's take this chance to get to know our fellow guest better. Under your plate is a list of questions you can ask the person next to you. Alistar and Shinri both groaned. Icebreakers. An icebreaker activity. Shinri hadn't signed up for this on his birthday. They do this every year and I never look forward to it. And it's tradition now, unfortunately. Shinri had to agree with Alistar's lack of enthusiasm, however. Looking around, it seemed none of the other guests were hesitating to participate. Shinri scanned the list of questions and asked. Ooh. Wait, these options aren't... They're still kind of confusing to me. I'm not sure which one to pick. Do we just keep going with the bottom ones? I think we'll just keep going with the bottom ones. My favorite icebreaker was like... Tell us one fact about yourself that people might not know. And my fact was, when most people meet me, they usually say, wow, Shinri, I didn't know you drank that much. Full stop. And that was it. And that has been my go-to for this icebreaker question. Because I just don't, I don't have anything interesting to say. So I just leave it at that. All right, let's ask about the long day. Favorite way to relax. We're just gonna pick the bottom option. And then we'll go back into the top option. It seems the host has put some actually interesting questions on the list this year. All right, I'll bite. After a long day, I like to sit in my private library and read something other than contracts. It is a space for me that I rarely share with anyone, but if you are interested, Shinri, I might make an exception. I have some rare volumes on demonology and urban legends you might like. Might have to take you up on the offer sometime. How about you, Shinri? What is your favorite way to relax? Oh, let's see if the quiz got it right. Let's see. I also value my alone time. Nothing can beat enjoying a warm cup of coffee and playing some nostalgic games. All right. Pretty accurate. You guys got that? All right. The real answer is playing ARAMs, Mayhem Mode. Getting completely wasted and playing ARAMs, League of Legends. Or Marvel Rivals and playing Flanking Jeff. Next, Alistar took a look at the list, considering each option thoughtfully. Finally, he decided on a question to ask. Oh, this is a good one for a dinner party. What is a fun food fact you don't think most people would know? That was a tough question for Shinri, not because he didn't have an answer, but because he had too many answers. There are so many crazy and fun things the realm had to offer. Fun fact about plantains is that they're considered a fruit when ripe, but a vegetable when not. That is quite fun. Let me see. Here's one for you. Did you know tomatoes are nightshades? Crazy to think how such a commonly consumed food is in the same family as a deadly flower. You can eat the leaves of a tomato plant once. I mean, you can probably eat them like 4 or 5 times, although you will have a really nasty stomachache every single time, and I wouldn't recommend it. But watch out, beware for pets, especially cats who love to nibble on plants. Be careful of pets. But yeah. Speaking of special flowers, I have some lovely blue roses planted in the window of my private library. Oh, blue roses! He plays Animal Crossing. Would you not build up an immunity over time if you survive? But it's not like an infection that your white blood cells will develop a memory to. It is more like an upset stomach where you're just gonna suffer from dysentery. Like you're just gonna puke and poop out both ends until you're dehydrated and then you die. Challenge accepted. No, do not accept the challenge. Don't do it. I'm sure they must look stunning. This game was turning out to not be quite as painful as they thought it originally would be. It was Shinri's turn again, and he tried to put as much thought into choosing as Alistair had. For his last question, Shinri decided to ask, would you rather be a werewolf or a ghost? Ooh. I see the thing is, a lot of people pick between werewolf or vampire, but I think we got to change that up. Like, do you want to be a werewolf pirate or a ninja vampire? Or a cowboy ghost, or what was that the other one? A zombie pirates, cowboys, ninjas. What is it? Zombie wizard. There we go. Those 4, right? Like, which one would you pick? And no, you can't be a zombie wizard who does necromancy. That's not allowed. That's like the one exception you're not allowed to do, because you're already a zombie. You know. Would you rather be a werewolf or a ghost? Alistair gave him a deadpan look. Werewolf, obviously. Wolves are far superior. Although being the type of werewolf that is controlled by the cycles of the moon sounds quite exhausting. Unless I could be a ghost and a wolf still. That would be quite tolerable. Follow-up question then. Who would you haunt if you were a ghost? I know a few people who deserve a good haunting. But seriously, if I could haunt my library, that would be perfect. I'd write a clause in my will that the books have to be switched out periodically so I never tire of my endless purgatory. All very good points. I think there are benefits to both. You could probably live as a somewhat normal human life most of the time being a werewolf. The first changes are most likely to be rough no matter what you do, but once you know how it works, you can plan around it. Hang out in the nice forest when you need to. If I were a ghost, I'd haunt a person that travels a lot so I can visit a bunch of places for free. Smell the tasty local foods. There's so many nuances to ghosts, though. Would you be able to pick things up, make sounds? Do you only appear at certain times of the day? You won't know until it happens. It was just so lovely chatting with these grand creatures and enjoying the marvelous meal. Despite all the conversation, he found that once again, his plate was empty. Okay, I'm going to skip this portion again. Alright, keep chatting with Alistair. You mentioned trying to make a contract earlier with the host? Shinri assumed that it must have done with organizing events given the context of the situation, but it was suspicious hearing the word contract come out of the demon's mouth. In fact, he had unconsciously rubbed the hand he used to shake Alistair's against his pant leg nervously. I own a cleaning company, Dirty Secrets, and we'll clean up your mess before anyone knows it was there. It's a very successful business, and we have contracts with very notable companies. I have no clue why our host would not consider my services for this soiree. Might be a whole demon offering a contract thing. You think so? My contracts are perfectly safe. I've rarely taken a soul in exchange. Rarely? It still sounded quite concerning. Only when the previously agreed upon payment is overdue or the contract terms are broken in any other way. Jimmy did think it seemed only fair, in a way. If you don't always take souls, what do you take for payments? Alistair laughed in amusement. Money. Makes sense. She looked down in embarrassment. Of course the answer was money. It was a business after all, and they would need funding to pay their expenses. But in all seriousness, we'll accept any kind of reasonable exchange. Depends on the client. I would offer you a contract with my company as well. We tend to private residences as well as party venues, but Alistair held out the pocket square we had lent him earlier. You and I are under a contract, or already under a contract of sorts. I owe you one, Shinri, and I will never make a new deal with someone without paying my previous debt to them. Really, it was no trouble. I wasn't expecting anything from you in return. Yet I am still beholden to you. Please, don't think I see this as a burden. I am thankful to now have an opportunity to repay you your kindness in the future. Shinri was quite pleased by this whole unexpected soiree, even if he hadn't finished his dessert. Everyone was so friendly and interesting, and why not? Shinri had always been convinced that monsters and other creatures were just as fascinating as people after all. Okay, we're gonna skip this portion too. Alright, time for the dance. Let's go. He didn't have to wait long. As a moment later, Alistair slid up to his side, offering his arm for Shinri to take. A handsome man such as yourself shouldn't be without a dance partner. May I have this dance, Shinri? I'd be honored. Shinri took Alistair's outstretched arm and swept onto the dance floor. The music was energetic, but not so fast they couldn't hold a conversation. Which was good, as Shinri was determined to hound, pun intended, Alistair about this mysterious Senya that they were apparently actually having a soiree for. Molly had the demon trapped in his embrace. Alistair led Shinri across the dance floor in clearly practiced measures and between the other couples dancing. Shinri followed his lead, as dancing was currently the last thing he was thinking about. Alistair noticed his mind was elsewhere right away. My dancing skills must not be very impressive if your intention is elsewhere. Sorry, I was thinking too loud. It's all right. Tell me, what's on your mind, Shinri? Both you and our host have mentioned the name Senya. We even had a toast to them. I was wondering about the significance of them. Are they part of the miraculous occurrence mentioned on the invitation? Oh, you didn't know? Know what? The whole point of this soiree is to view Senya. Who is... Really, our host had no business being so cryptic. The main attraction is exciting enough without being a surprise. Not to mention, it could be dangerous if you don't know the proper etiquette. Senya is an old Elysium legend, and that's why he was unfamiliar with it. But Shinri was a bit disappointed in himself nonetheless. He made an effort to research the mythologies of Elysium before traveling here. Yet somehow, one had slipped his investigation. They are an eldritch creature that is said to rise from the earth and take flight during a summer full moon. This date in particular is the only time the conditions for viewing align. If you have the fortune to view Senya, it is said that you will have luck for a year after. Some records say you may possibly even get a wish granted. Any wish? Any wish. If we see them tonight, what would you wish for, Shinri? Well... His wish was to hold a conversation with the real ghost, but being here tonight and meeting all these otherworldly guests, and now knowing how possible it was to make that dream come true, He was not sure he'd use his any wish on that. I'd wish for a perfect pond for the koipanions. The koipanions? Yes, they're the koi fish that live in the pond outside the guild hall. They're quite cute. I see you care about them very much. Yes, I do. They can be just as much trouble as my guildmates, though, sometimes. How about you, Alistar? What would you wish for? Fish pond. Small fish. Oh my god. Chunky fish. I fear my wish is not so noble. I wish I'd never had to brush my fur again. It's quite tedious during this training season. Shinri could only imagine. It did feel it would save a lot of time not having to brush and untangle his long hair all the time. Ask about the previous soirees? I've been going to these soirees before. You seem to know a lot about what's going on. Yes, I've been attending viewings of Senia since before our host started hosting them here at Blackwood Manor. Oh, so you must have seen Senia before. He very much wanted to know more about this eldritch creature. How big were they? What did they look like? Alistar shook his head sadly. Unfortunately not. And you'd still keep accepting the invitations. You must really want to see them. Yes, I do. But because of my lengthy experience attending these parties, I know all there is to know about Senia, the top expert, if you will. Is there anything I need to know for the viewing? You said there was a certain etiquette that should be upheld. Common courtesies, really. You should not have any issues, Shinri. You are quite the gentleman. Shinri felt his cheeks going red again. He thought Alistar was more of a gentleman between the two of them. Happy birthday, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you. Oh, but it is important that if you do get a glimpse of Senia, that you don't draw attention to yourself and just admire their beauty. If you do draw their attention, that is bad luck. That seems simple enough, Shinri thought. Oh, wait, so the head pat for the bad ending was bad luck? No. Yet a nervous feeling rose up in Shinri's throat. You said based on my smell that they might have taken an interest in me. Should I be worried? If I'm marked, will they notice me? No, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Shinri wasn't convinced. He was growing increasingly suspicious about his reason for receiving an invitation to this party. The music changed to something slower, and Alistar spun Shinri once before pulling him back into his arms. Shinri laughed joyfully, not expecting the touch of flair. There. Now I have your attention. Unless you have something else on your mind. Well, carcinization is always in my mind. Holostar fell into a bout of laughter. I did ask, and you didn't disappoint with your answer. Alright. The world evolving into crabs aside, do you have any other questions for me about the soiree? Now is your chance to ask. Shinri did in fact have more questions. What exactly was the selection process for this event? I know you come every year, but are the rest of the guests a familiar crowd? 6 guests is a very small number for such a grand party. It's an invite-only event. Guests were chosen by our host specifically, or by others tied to the event that were willing to vouch for them. It's an important aspect not to be noticed by Senia. That being said, we can't let the legend spread too much or the magic will be ruined. Not to mention people would show up uninvited with such tantalizing prospect. I guess that makes sense. I didn't realize I was so well known in the supernatural realms to be personally invited by Feet Koi. Alistar gave a coy smile. You said it was Feet Koi that invited you. Ah, was it you? Wait, did you personally invite me? I might have. Not to be rude, but why? I must admit I know a lot more about you than I let on earlier, Shinri. I first came across your name in regards to another legend about a koi who, after great perseverance, passed through the Dragon's Gate. I instantly wanted to meet them. Asking around, I discovered a field reporter for an up-and-coming guild with the same name. There have been many times I considered showing myself, but the timing never seemed right. Our host had already considered putting you on the guest list. He's been singing your praises as well. I encouraged him to make it official. I hope this admission hasn't made you uncomfortable. It's a bit overwhelming. I didn't realize I was so well known. I'm flattered. Shinri offhandedly wondered why the guild was always so short on cash if their reputation had stretched so far. Well, maybe it was because it was for the wrong reasons. So, I must ask, is it true that a koi made it to the Dragon's Gate? A single scale from such a beast would be priceless. I'm afraid I can't tell you what the fate of that koi. I figured as much, but I'm glad my ambition has brought us here together tonight. The music changed again, now to something that was very graceful and fast. I've already taught you one enchantment this evening. How about I teach you another spell? One that will sweep you off your feet like this music. I'm all ears, or eyes, depending on what's needed. Holostar spun Shinri around, sweeping out one of his legs as he did so, a trail of flowers following where it had touched. They spread further on their own across the dance floor, causing a chorus of joyful exclamations from the rest of the guests. The floor beneath Shinri's feet became soft, causing him to stumble as flowers spread up beneath. He would have fallen if Holostar hadn't been there to steady him. Oh, I've got you. Shinri gazed at what could only be described as a maze of flowers, somehow growing out of the ballroom floor without an ounce of dirt. How did you do that? That's what I'm going to teach you. I'll lend you some of my power to help. This one's a bit more complicated than drawing a few symbols, but you shouldn't doubt your ability to be magical enough. Holostar used his right foot to tap Shinri's stance wider. Now, picture your body like a shell covering a bunch of pathways. You have the ability to make your eternal power go down the path you want. Power, in this case, being magic. Close your eyes. Visualize the flowers you want to create, and the magic to create them traveling down the pathway in your leg. Shinri closed his eyes and focused, visualizing the flowers in his mind and how he wanted to present them. And when I tell you, sweep your leg, expelling the power of creation. Ready? Shinri nodded his head. Sweep. Shinri swept his leg across the floor and felt magic traveling through him. He opened his eyes when Holostar began to clap. You're a natural, Shinri. Ah, it's a blue flower. Shinri looked down to see a single blue rose growing out of the floor. Ooh, that's so cool. Shinri wondered what other potential he had hiding inside him. Maybe with enough practice, he could perform this enchantment without the aid of Holostar's powers. Though none of what Holostar had taught him seemed very demonic to Shinri. It was kind of cute, actually, he thought. Holostar grabbed Shinri's hands. Now that I have your full attention, shall we continue dancing? Okay. Sweep me off my feet like you promised. A cozy feeling had settled over the room as the moon reached its highest point in the sky, its light shining brightly through the ballroom windows. Shinri was enjoying his time with Holostar, and he was excited for what the night could possibly bring. One by one, the guests and servants migrated toward the windows. There was a set of doors that led to the balcony, but no one made a move to open them, not wanting to disturb the serene feeling that had settled over the room. A new drink had been placed into Shinri's hand at some point, a glittery champagne that strangely smelled like coffee and a smell he couldn't quite discern. The smell of ancient magic. Sorry? Holostar tapped his snout. That smell you are smelling and can't place. It's ancient magic. Look at your hand. It's strong enough now that even those without a strong sense of smell can smell it. It's also heightening everyone else's sense. Indeed, it seemed the air was filled with new scents. Before, Shinri had only smelled the food from dinner and the old wood of the building mixed with furniture polish, and briefly, while dancing, flowers. But now he could detect notes of salt, flowers, and wood. The comfy scent must be coming from himself. Alistair was giving off a musky scent that was by no means unpleasant. Curiously, a sparkling bubble floated up Shimmy's champagne glass. It landed on his cheek like a kiss before popping and releasing another puff of ancient magic. It was like an acknowledgement of his presence. What? Hurry, Xenia must be close. They're going to show themselves tonight for you. Alistar pulled Shimmy over to the windows, just as a humongous dragon-like creature breached the horizon, flying towards the full moon. It opened its mouth, letting out a sound reminiscent of the chimes across the still air. Everyone gave a collective awed gasp. Alistar quietly whispered, "I've waited so long for this moment." Shimmy leaned against the glass, trying to get as close to the creature as possible without making any noise. He'd never seen anything quite so beautiful. Its body was long and a glossy white, like it was carved from liquid marble. There was something deep within him that felt a connection to this creature. The feeling of a long-forgotten memory coming to light once more. The trees around the manor shook, their leaves and flower petals flying into the air, following Xenia as they flew towards the moon. Xenia became a star in the sky. Shinri finally was able to pull his eyes from the amazing spectacle and turned to look at Alistar. To his surprise, the demon was holding a singular blue rose. While the other flowers had faded away, had Alistar preserved the single rose he'd been able to create using their combined inner magic just for him. A rose representing beauty and mystery and romantic longing for the unattainable. Alistar leaned closer to the delicately to place the rose in Shimry's pocket. Payment for the pocket square, and a thank you for the magical evening, Shinri. If you would be up for it, maybe this won't be the last time? Aww. Shimry took Alistar's hand, lifting it to his lips and landing a kiss on the back of it. It won't be the last. Thank you. May I have this final dance, Alistar? Always. Achoo. Good gosh, that's it. I'm hosting the party next year. They both erupted into a bout of deep laughter. Oh, that's right. We can't forget it's your birthday, Shinri. Did you make a wish? Xenia might grant it. You know what? I think I already have everything I could wish for. It looked like this coming year would be a lucky one, but Shinri already felt he was pretty lucky. He had his guild, Buniko, the koipanions, and now new friends he met at the Blackwood Manor. The ballroom once again erupted with music and laughter as guests and servants alike danced under the glow of the moon and Xenia's star. The end. Aww. Wait, I thought it was supposed to be the bad endings. We gotta go back for the bad endings. Wow. Oh, that was cute. It's gonna be hard for Alistar. Is there a bad ending? Bless you. Alistar growled. Who are you blessing? She was confused by the reaction at first, then remembered Alistar was a demon. In fact, everyone at this party seemed to have a supernatural quality to them, including the host. He'd been hoping to encounter such entities at a supposedly haunted manor, but it was still a bit of a shock. Curse you? Alistair seemed satisfied with the correction and cleared his throat while he cleaned himself up with a napkin. Thank you. It's terribly dusty in here. Okay, we'll have to skip ahead and try to figure out where the bad ending is. Let's ask about Senia? Alistair didn't seem to hear him, distracted by another guest's laughter. By the time Alistair's attention was back on him, it felt like the chance to ask had passed. Besides, it seemed kind of rude to speak with one of the servants while they were working the party. They were all here just to do their jobs. The last thing he wanted to do was make them feel he was trapped. However, he wouldn't mind too much if it was trapped by a ghost. Shinri decided to keep an eye on them during the party to try and find out more. He continued to make small talk with Alistair. Okay, next round of drinks. Continue talking. Skip ahead. Okay, how do we insult him as much as possible? Closest, right? You're just closest. Yeah. I just picked the entity closest to me. I see. Alistair's mood grew somber. Yes. Okay. Let's say gold this time. How about a simple gold necklace? It would be nice. It would match the accents on my coat well. Thank you for the recommendation. Okay. Skip. Sit between Alistair. Skip. For this one, we chat with Alistair. But how do we insult him? Eat the croquet. That way he has to eat the gazpacho. He doesn't like the garlic. Shinri ate the croquet. The combination of mushroom and brie was delightful. Out of the corner of his eye, Shinri saw Alistair turn up his nose and push the bowl of gazpacho to the side. Do you not like gazpacho, Alistair? I do have an issue with garlic. Are you a vampire, not a demon? I am a demon. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It looks like the conversation is the same. Yeah, see, I can't give him the coquette. Okay. Something felt off. And then get Alistair's attention. This way he's looking at the bowl too, and then it's going to splash on him even more. Alistair, is it normal for this company's soup to move on its own? Alistair peered into the bowl with the frown on his face. No. I will add this to the list of my things to talk to the host about after the party. I'm not sure you need to. His words were cut off as a tiny skull appeared in the gazpacho, its black eye socket appearing to stare at Shinri. Okay. Wait. I guess there isn't the thing here. Dip the spoon back. Okay, that way we all get splashed. Yes. Why is someone my soup? No, wait. He's gonna teach me a thing. Wait, we gotta skip. Is he still gonna teach me something? An enchantment. There it is. Okay, good. He doesn't teach me an enchantment, this one. No. Would you like to learn how to do the particular enchantment? No. Say no, say no. Darn it. Okay. It looks like he teaches you regardless. I'll skip this one. Talk with Alistair again. And then, what's your favorite color? Let's make it really bland and boring. What's your favorite color? Really, Shinri? There must be better questions on the list. If we're going to be gracious and participate, at least ask me something interesting. It's royal blue, if you must know. Shinri shrugged. It really ice, didn't it? True. And your favorite color? Orange. I got a yam color theme going on most of the time, but I also like blue a lot. Shinri wiggled his blue fingers on his left hand cheekily. Next, Alistair looked at the list, considering each option thoughtfully. Fun food fact. Okay, we'll skip that. What's something new you tried recently? For example, I tried pickling and it's been great. Carrots, cucumbers, daikon, onions. My fridge is full of them. Coincidentally, that is something new I've tried recently as well. Wait, no, we can't share things. We can't be on the same page. I'm quite fond of pickled beets and eggs. Have you tried making those yet? No, but I will. You try pickling everything that can be pickled. Holostar laughed. That's a bold goal. I admire your enthusiasm, Shinri. No. We had to do this one because he gets, yeah, deadpan look. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Plate is empty. Get new food. Chat with Alistair again. Making a contract. Skip. We tend to private residences as well as party venues. I'll offer you a discount since we are now good acquaintances. Good, there we go. Acquaintances. We're not friends. Acquaintances. Yeah. The goal is not to be friends. Should we consider this response to this offer? Replied, no. Yeah. I feel bad, but we have to find what the bad ending is like. Thank you, but I'm not really in the need of a cleaning service right now. Nor does Shinri want to make a contract with a demon. Everybody knows it's a bad idea, no matter the circumstances. Though the guild hall needed more than a little TLC right now. Maybe I was a bit overeager with my offer. If you do find yourself in need of my services, you know where to find me. Alistair slid a business card over to Shinri across the table. Shinri put the business card in his pocket, just in case. We didn't even accept it with two hands. We didn't take a moment to look at it. Apparently it's a very big thing in Japan where, like, if someone hands you a business card, you have to receive it with both hands, and then you have to intently, like, review and analyze it. If you put it into your wallet too quickly, it's seen as rude. Head to bed, Gimster. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. All right, I'm gonna skip the dessert. Ask about the conditions? Senya doesn't appear at every soiree. A summer night and a full moon seems pretty vague. Are there any other conditions that need to be met for a successful viewing? He thought it was an innocent enough question, but Shinri swore he felt something shift in the air between him and Alistar. Yes, good. More awkward interactions, yeah. The demon tugged the black collar around his neck, a strange look in his eyes. For the first time tonight, just for a moment, Shinri felt like he was in danger. However, the moment passed quickly, and Alistair was back to his friendly self like nothing had happened. How do you imagine it? To answer your question, no. Nothing else really affects the viewing. If a viewing will be successful or not. It's honestly just a game of chance. I attended every soiree and have yet to see a single glimpse of Senya. Oh, don't attract attention to yourself again. Skip. Who else would it be? Koi are kind of my whole thing. Alistair coughed into his hand. Yes, well, I suppose it is. The music changed now. Something very graceful and fast. I've already taught you one enchantment this evening. How about I teach you another spell? No, we gotta say no. We gotta say no. No. There was an air of excitement through Blackwood Manor as the moon reached its peak. Cold light cascaded through the windows and over the mingling guests. Shinri could hear hushed whispers all around him. Voices saying, "Do you think it'll happen? Is tonight the night Senya will grace us with their presence?" As the minutes ticked by, it was almost eerie how quiet the room became, as if everyone was scared to even breathe. With silent agreement, one by one, they made their way towards the balcony, hoping to catch a glimpse of the main attraction. Alistair gestured with his head they should follow the crowd and grabbed Shinri's hand, pulling him along. Except the hand that gently guided him across the dance floor minutes before no longer felt kind. Alistair's grip was cold and unyielding, almost hurting Shinri's hand in its intensity. Alistair? Shinri kept his voice low, feeling as if he had broke the silence that had a hold of the room, something bad might happen. The stance of the crowd shifted as they approached them, their faces displaying a horrified awe directed at the night sky. Then, Shinri saw it rising above the trees. A great white-winged serpent rising toward the moon as if it was headed to swallow it. A scent that Shinri would describe as wet asphalt filled the air, and even seemed to be seeping out of his own pores, choking out the pleasant smells of the earlier festivities. Shinri could only assume it was the scent of ancient magic that Alistar detected on them earlier. It was more violent than he had expected. Senia. This eldritch creature was the Senia they had all been waiting for. Oops, sorry. They reached the viewing area with the other guests, but Alistar didn't stop there. He continued to pull Shinri toward a set of nearby doors that led to a balcony, exposed to the night air and a clear view of Senia. Shinri tried to pull back. Wait, Alistar, didn't you say letting them see us is bad luck? I've waited too long to miss this opportunity. I'm sorry, Shinri. I did enjoy your company tonight. Alistar shoved Shinri toward the balcony while keeping him in his grip. Senia, I have brought you the one which you have come out tonight to see in exchange for granting my wish. Wait, he would sacrifice me just so that he doesn't have to brush his fur anymore? Damn. Okay. Man really doesn't like brushing his hair. Shinri felt betrayed. They had spent a wonderful evening together, and now Alistar was presenting him as an offering to the eldritch creature for his own selfish reasons. Senia turned to look at them, a curious look on their otherworldly face. Senia, in exchange for his soul, please set me free. Shinri remembered the collar around Alistar's neck, and its significance suddenly hit him. Alistar wasn't wearing him his free will, but because he had to. It must be suppressing his demonic powers. Alistar wrapped a hand around Shinri's throat, and Shinri felt a tightness in his chest, as if some force was trying to pull him inside out. He opened his mouth, trying to catch his breath, and with a gasp, watched as a sphere of life popped out of his mouth into Alistar's free hand. Whoa. Alistar let go of Shinri, walking to the balcony railing and holding out his soul to Senia. Senia let out a shriek, a sound sharp and painful like broken glass. They circled the manor once and began to fly back towards Alistar, pleased with this offering. Shinri could do nothing but watch as the eldritch being claimed his soul. In the still air, he heard another sound, a buckle on a leather collar coming undone. Then, everything went still. The end. Wait, so you're saying my soul is good enough for one wish? I think my soul's worth at least 1.5 wishes. You know, I think it's worth more. But like, I guess this takes the whole saying of my soul is yours to a whole new level. Does this mean we're together forever? Finger touch? PN face? No, I got betrayed. The hair and shedding wishes. At least you're with your eldritch being, right? What does that mean? What does it mean if Senia has my soul now? What does it feel like to have your soul eaten like that? Like, can you at least feel the tongue? I'm so curious now. Ooh. You're the anglerfish male. Let's go. That one was a little bit trickier. I thought it would all just be like the positive responses at the top and then all the negative responses at the bottom. But that one was a little bit of a mix-up here and there. Do we have enough time to speed run the last one? What time is it right now? 2:50? Oh, we're cutting it pretty close. I kind of do want to finish it so we don't have to schedule another stream for this. Do you guys mind if we just speed run the next endings? Because I do have to leave soonish. Like, it's approaching time. Wow. All right. Let's try to speed run it. Okay. Mermaid time. Speed run. Can you haunt an eldritch being? Wait, what if there are more souls in Senia's body? Like, can we get together and then form a soul union together inside their belly? Would it be warm? We're getting distracted. Okay, let's go. Quick. I guess we'll skip for the good ending this time. I don't know though. I forgot what the personality was. I know she was a little bit snarky, a little sassy. Okay, here, let's go ahead and save. Yeah. Okay. I'll carry you in my arms like a hero. Ha ha ha. Not all maidens need rescuing. Can you talk with fish as well? I want to hear what they say too. I can try, but they wouldn't like me very much. Naya reached down and picked the shrimp cocktail. She popped it into her mouth without another word. See what I mean? I'm guessing you guys are apex predators. Conversation was smoothly, if unexpectedly, disrupted. Okay, skip. Continue talking with Naya. Shinri turned to the mermaid Naya, who was trying to get a slice of Melba toast just out of her reach. Can I help you? I wanted to try that appetizer, the toast with some jam. Shinri reached forward and grabbed a slice for her. Thanks. This fish tank does get in the way a lot of the time. It can float, but I wouldn't want it to get in the way of the tables. Shinri looked like he wanted to say something, but thought better of it. You can ask me anything. I don't mind. How does the fish tank float? I have some mage friends of mine to enchant the tank a while back. Much easier than asking a witch to turn my fins into legs. Shinri chuckled, his eyes lighting with joy. Yeah, I've met some pretty demanding wages, though. Some of them charge outrageous prices to summon ghosts. The amount of times I've heard, "Sir, seance is not a matchmaking service." That was Naya's turn to laugh. I bet some mages have you on a list. Funny thing, I tried to become a medium once. Didn't have the eye for it. Seeing and contacting the spirit realm is more complicated than you'd think. But yet, you're here somehow. That's true. Shinri sat back and ate some cocktail shrimp, chewing thoughtfully. I guess someone in the spirit realm put in a good word for me. How did you get invited? They sent me an invitation with enchanted ink and paper. So I wouldn't get wet from the water? Exactly. Seemed like fun, so I accepted. Have you been to the event before? Nope, first time. Come to think of it, I don't know if I've ever seen the eldritch being. How mysterious. This somehow reminds me of a traveling circus. Why is that? That expression. It's just that some of these circuses are run by demons. Do you think the host expects us to perform? I have experience working on traveling shows. My appearance may be a natural fit for them. I don't mind the work, but I want to rise above that, you know? Sometimes all people see is a monster. Lucky for you, I find monsters very cute. I've heard that a lot. Some people think they have a chance at winning a kiss from me. As for me, I want to be a performer on a real stage. I sing pretty well, of course. My dream is to be known for my talent worldwide. I hope you'll make that dream come true someday. And I smiled a genuine smile, her eyes full of warmth. I hope so too. It was lovely to chat with you, though. Okay, meal. Now we go sit next to Naya. Skip. Talk with Naya. She returned to the mermaid Naya, who was happily eating the tea cherry. You really like eating fish. Of course. When you live in the ocean, fish are pretty much all you can eat. So I'm guessing humans are like ice cream and cake? Naya stopped chewing and looked down thoughtfully. Guess they would be more like beef or pork. I heard humans and pigs taste similar. Something to do with their physiological traits? It's a long story. But I'd make a good pig. Why is that? Well, I can be round and cute like them. Aww. Plus, they make good house pets if trained right. I want to be a house pig. House pigs are smart, okay? Pigs are really smart. They're like small children in terms of intelligence. If not, I wouldn't mind becoming a lechon for you to eat. You know, I've never met a human quite like you. Shinri chuckled, slipping some dark hair from his eyes. I get that a lot. Takes a lot of people, though. That's why I mainly stick around Guild Tempest. Meep, thank you for the 3 years. Okwidi, thank you for reaping the membership. I mostly do the food shopping for them. I know what days to go to get the best deals. Yes, I've heard about human supermarkets. Is it true they sell already killed animals? Yeah, I guess that's true. They sell other things as well. I can make you a bento with all my favorite dishes. Perhaps, but I might get soggy in the water. And we can go on a picnic. I can bring my fish tank. I'll find a space where we can both enjoy ourselves. Great. I don't get invited to do stuff on land very often. And I don't get to go on picnics very often either. The boys aren't usually the picnic sort of people. Their idea of a good time is going tavern hopping and coming back home at 6 a.m. I'm too old for that sort of scene. Plus, someone has to watch every Guild Tempest in case the boys end up in jail. You sound like you really love your guildmates a lot. Yeah, they're like brothers to me. Naya smiled wistfully, taking a sip of her drink. I had siblings growing up, but never saw much of them. Merfolk culture dictates we all go our separate ways once we're old enough to swim. What about your parents? They left shortly after our eggs were nested. Actually, nested is not the right word, more like buried in a hole. Yeah, I understand. Merfolk culture is very solitary, as you can see. Only communication we do is singing. We sing to lure our prey, also to defend our territory. Have you heard of your family through singing? Not that I know of. We do choose our mates via song, however. People tell me I have a good singing voice. Perhaps you can let me hear it one day. Have you ever been to a karaoke place? Can't say I have. They're really fun. You get to sing along to songs as friends. Jimmy's eyes sparkled with delight as he spoke. Some of the boys are really good singers. Even better than me. I have to learn from them someday. I know a few human songs. Some of the best merfolk are able to change their bodies for a bit. They can mimic celebrities that way. You'd be surprised how many people fall for it. Imagine you're on a boat and you're just sailing about and you're like, oh my god, is that Nicolas Cage? People are like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Look, over there. And there's like a merfolk just sitting there who's like shapeshifted as Nicolas Cage. Just sitting there and be like, oh my god, Nicolas Cage, what are you doing out here in the middle of the ocean? Yeah, that makes sense. No, it's specifically Nicolas Cage from the movie Face Off. It's specifically that version of Nicolas Cage. Or like the CG version of Nicolas Cage that they have for the Ghost Rider like movie. Yeah, that makes sense. A bead of sweat appeared on Shimi's forehead as he recalled the time he stopped Axel from throwing himself overboard because he swore he saw a hot girl in the ocean. Oh, it's a sexy onecha. I can't shapeshift, however. Something has always been wrong with my body since I was born. No matter how hard I try, I always look like a mermaid. I'm not sure which one to pick here. people might still fall for your appearance. There's still the issue of being seen as an exotic creature, not who I really am. Just then, a ghostly waiters. Okay, skip the food part. Every last bite, he wondered what would be next. Talk with Naya again. This is a bird, right? We merfolk usually don't eat them. You gotta keep the sea and sky separate. And that's how it is in merfolk culture. Why is that? There's an old legend about one of our ancestors saving a shorebird from a fisherman's net. The shorebird taught our people to give a song as thanks. Ever since then, we sing about never eating above the land. And of course, parties like this are the exception. But wouldn't the host know about that part of your culture? Inter-realm parties like this are rare, so it's better not to offend the host. They did put the effort in. Now just make sure not to include any fried chicken in your bento. Naya smiled widely as she began to eat. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Shinri paused from his meal, unsure of how he should word what he was going to say next. We're doing the positive route, so we'll say proper respects. That's alright. Human culture eats a lot of birds. Shinri chuckled, remembering something. My friend Goldbula also eats a lot of birds, and yet he acts part bird himself. Is he a bird man? Not quite. It's a long story. My other friend Haka is a Tengu, though. You know quite a lot about cryptids. Is a Tengu a cryptid? Could have sworn it's a god. Some of your human societies worship merfolks as gods, too. Oh, yeah, forgot about that. So, well, you guys are actually gods, then? Naya looked thoughtfully, pondering the question. I don't think every cryptid is a god. There has to be certain criteria. Like being a ruler? More like manipulating human environments to the point where humans notice. We regular cryptids don't have that kind of power. And the best we can hope for is appearing in freak shows. Freak show? Sorry. But even those have waned in popularity over the years. Nowadays, your best bet is to appear on a paranormal streamer's cryptid hunt. No, but then people will be like, oh my god, is that AI? Could you imagine if you're like a cryptid and you're trying to like show off, but everyone's like, wow, that AI is so cool. And then you're like, no, I'm not AI, I'm actually a cryptid. I think I might have watched a few of those back in the day. Sounds like it's something you'd be into. Have you met any bird people in those freak shows? I think a few. There was a harpy in the troupe once. She did flight shows. Winged creatures are quite good at acrobatics. What are sea creatures good at? Like I said, they're singing. Some even perform in magic shows. Those are the Astero, what you human call starfish people. The starfish people can regrow their limbs, right? Yep. They also help out special effects artists with their skills. I'll have to look out for them next time. They mostly look like regular humans except for the whole limb thing. They blend in well, it seems. Naya nodded, dabbing at their mouth with a napkin. There are a lot of creatures hiding in plain sight. I know. That's what makes field reporting for Guild Tempest so fun. You really love working with Guild Tempest, don't you? I've worked many odd jobs throughout the years, but my time at Tempest has been the most fulfilling so far. I envy you. I hope I can find happiness like that myself someday. Why don't you just focus on the present? True, I've heard that before. But what should I focus on to obtain my own happiness? Wait, these options are tricky too. Take it one day at a time. It's hard to think of that right now. I want to soar higher than ever before. It's hard to focus on the present when you're chasing success. I agree. But getting on that stage and seeing the crowd before me, knowing that I can affect people with the power of a few notes, That's where I feel most alive. The power of creativity has an intoxicating hold on people and creators alike. Most artists spend their entire lives trying to capture that feeling. Hopefully you won't have to wait that. Hopefully you won't have to wait long. I hope so too. Alright, skip. Continue chatting with Naya. Jim returned to the mermaid Naya, who was looking around with the glass of wine in her hand. There don't seem to be any jewel thieves here tonight. It's a pretty exclusive gathering after all. Some might consider me a jewel thief, but I only steal from the dead. It's not like they need it anyway, you know? Naya took a sip of her wine and rested against her tank. Perhaps some jewels are cursed. What do you mean? I heard that before I was born, my mother found a ring cursed by a witch. The curse left me as an only egg hatched. And me with a flawed body. At least, that's how the song went anyway. It explains why I can't transform into a human very well. Say, did you know that one of the requirements to be seen as an adult in a society is to transform? Of course, the elders omitted the part for me, but I still feel the stares. Guess I'm not good enough for either world. Shinri offered her a glass of water. Why don't you drink this and calm down? If you do drink water anyways. Naya took the water and drank it, sighing afterwards. Thanks. But that's why I collect jewels. To try to reverse your curse? I know it's a little silly, but I want it to be true. Otherwise, I'll just be stuck in unchanging limbo between adult and kid in mermaid society forever. You seem like an adult to me. Of course, I'm not merfolk. Feels like I'm walking with two selves. The self I want to be and the ghost that only people see. Ghosts are usually invisible, but some can be disruptive. My friend Haka deals with a lot of vengeful ghosts. Seems all my ghost does is hurt me internally. Makes me a thing, an object to be studied and pitied. I'm enough of a curiosity to humans already. I bet humans would love to learn more about your true self. I was gonna make the joke about you're a kid, you're a squid, like the Splatoon thing, but then I realized she's not a squid, she's a mermaid. You're a kid now, you're a squid now. You're a kid, you're a squid, you're a kid, you're a squid. And then you have like the Animorph style, like half squid, half kid, like intermediary transformation with the lazy eye. I bet there's some channel out there that would give me the time of day. I gotta know how you feel. I was attacked by a corruption beast a few years ago. Shinri paused to null his blue hand. It doesn't hurt, but there's no telling when or what will happen to me next. Like, will I become a corruption beast myself someday? It's kind of scary to think about. Shinri nodded, taking a bite of his food. Mind if the worst does happen, I'll sacrifice my life for the boys. What if the boys have to kill you? Nah, I won't let that happen. I'd rather go out fighting a corruption beast or some other fierce monster. I'm sure they'll all miss me, but at least they got to be useful, you know? I'm sure other humans care about each other a lot. You do like to give people things. You do like to give people you love hugs. That's what I like about human society. There's a lot of risk in our line of work. Each time we fight a corruption beast, there's a chance we might not come back alive. Never saw it that way. From what I gathered, your fights with corruption beasts seemed way more showy and fun. That's only for the media. People like it when the hero and villain fight. Truth is more complicated than that. Nothing is as it seems on the surface. The ocean is proof of that. I guess merfolk aren't so different from humans after all. Yet somehow you humans still see us as monsters. I suppose all we can do is understand each other. Maybe a human and merfolk can fall in love someday. Naya blushed slightly as she spoke those last words. Aww. I didn't mean with you in particular. I wouldn't mind loving a merfolk. If they wanted to love me back, of course. Naya's face grew even more flustered. Oh, would you look at that? Dessert's here. Go ahead. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Aww. Okay, skip. Shinri approached Naya, who's still finishing off her dessert. The ice cream must be really good. The gelato sorbets. Would you care to dance? Naya looked surprised for a moment. I don't think I can dance very well in a fish tank. I don't mind. I like learning new things anyway. What if we bump into people? I think the dance floor is pretty big. There's all kinds of cryptids on the dance floor anyway. So there should be room for the two of us. I'm a much better dancer underwater. No reason why you can't learn to dance on land. I can teach you. Shimi's face broke into a wide schoolboy grin. Okay, fine. I suppose it would be not fun to dance with a human. At least we can make mistakes and laugh together, right? Shimi led Naya to the dance floor, where a ghost band played a waltz. Who do you think is playing? I don't know. I've never had much of an ear for musical instruments. I can tell how somebody sings based on the pitch of their voice. Can't everyone sort of do that? Merfolk have good ears and what you humans call perfect pitch. Ah, I see. Perhaps you can be my singing teacher. Shimi laughed, and a strand of dark hair falling to his eyes. It's only fair since I'm teaching you how to dance. If you like singing songs about luring sailors to their watery graves, sure. If I were a merman, I'd probably be so bad at that. I'd at least want to make a cute human I'd at least want to take a cute human out to dinner first. Then I can devour them. In more ways than one. I heard humans do a lot of strange things to their mates. Why do they argue about who pays money on dates? Human societal expectations? It's a long story. And why are human mating customs so odd? I've seen drawings that let me tell you. Shimi's face flushed bright red as Naya spoke. He made a mental note to himself to never let her around the boys on a beach trip. It's not all that bad. Most of what you saw is probably exaggerated anyway. Probably. Oh look, a new song is playing. Want me to teach you another dance? If you say so. But you're a pretty good lead after all. Used to be a pretty good dancer back in the day. It's all about having your body listen to the beat, right? I'm sure you'd be good at it since you have perfect pitch and all. But musical instruments are different, and this fish tank. Hey, I mean it when I say anyone can dance. In fact, I saw a video of a disabled dance troupe once. Some of them had fish tanks, but they could still do some intense choreography. Some humans are put in fish tanks. Yes and no, but some of these humans have mobility issues on land, so they were in a chair with wheels on it. What about on sea? I don't know, but I heard swimming is good for humans with mobility issues. As for the fish tank part, newborn humans are put into these fish tank-like things after birth, so to keep the baby safe and healthy. So are baby humans spawned with gills? Kinda, but it's a long story for another time. With all that said, do you think I could even dance on stage someday? Yes, you can do anything you believe. I'll do my best. The two of them dance in their own version of a waltz for a while. Oh, hey, Axel. Hello, axolotls. Konnichiwa, welcome, welcome. We're just going over some birthday projects. The Koi's put together a nice little visual novel for me, so we're just going through those. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you all doing? Yeah. Oh, my body feels weird. My arms feel like tingly in a strange, odd way. I think I've been sitting down way too much. Ooh, a visual novel? Yeah, a completely whole. Well, it's a visual novel with multiple endings and branching pathways. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. You know what this reminds me of? The way kelp dances in the ocean. Yeah, I guess it does kind of look like that. Seaweed is kind of slimy, but tastes really good dried. Have you ever had dried seaweed? It's actually a tasty snack. Can't say I have. I only ever had seaweed from the ocean itself. Is that where all seaweed comes from? Humans do something to dry it out. True, I guess I had to make you bento with seaweed in it. Maybe some fish recipes too? Are you sure you're not sick of fish? I heard humans can grill them. Besides, you can't exactly put humans in my bento. She laughed, showing her sharp mermaid teeth. You know what's funny? One night I was bored and decided to look up something weird. Cannibalism occurs mostly in aquatic species like yours, but there are drawbacks. Human societies who practice cannibalism are more likely to get a disease called kuru. It affects the brain by breaking down its function. Your human world sure is a strange place. Now let's go on random journeys across the weird parts of the internet. I've gotten a reputation at Guild Tempest as being the one with the cursed knowledge. That doesn't surprise me. After all, what sort of human would willingly come to a dinner party full of monsters? Shinri blushed and fidgeted slightly. A very weird human, I guess. I suppose so. But I've enjoyed my time here tonight. Getting to know you has been quite worthwhile. I dare say you're quite the charming man yourself. But all to end, the music wound down and it was time for the evening to come to an end. Here we go. Thank you for a fun evening. It's about time for me to meet with the host. It's only proper. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? No, I think I need to be alone for a bit. Social interaction gets a bit much, you know? Yeah, I get it. It's fun to interact sometimes, right? Yeah, it is. Shinri could feel the conversation dying in his arms. Normally, he didn't mind things dying as they came back to life as a cute spirit leader. Conversations, however, no such luck. Maybe I'll see you on the shores of Elysium. I'll have to go there to collect shells and rocks and such. Naya smiled brightly. I'll give you a wave. Maybe we can go on a beach picnic sometime? We'll see. I'm kind of busy. Yeah, finding the good work-life balance is tough these days. Money's tough to come by too. I've been feeling the squeeze lately. Yeah, the ocean world isn't very much better on the money front. No. We got the bad ending. They stood in silence for a few more minutes, unsure of what to say. I guess I'll see you around. Yeah, hopefully we can meet again someday. And with that, she was gone. Shinri walked down the hall, realizing far too late that he forgot to get her number or any social media usernames. It's not like it mattered. He knew they would probably never see each other again. Clearly he had fumbled the bag, as the boys would say. Wait, was that even the correct phrase? Was that even the correct phrase? Shinri certainly felt his age. Oh well, maybe he'd find time to do some fun gaming with the boys tomorrow. The end. No. Wait, that was the bad ending? No. Okay, we gotta go back. Jump back and try the good ending. We gotta get for the good ending. Okay. Let's pick the other ones then. We can still hold hands if we find a good spot on the shore. I'll try not to drag you into the water then. Can you talk with fish as well? We've seen that part, so we'll skip it. Continue talking with Naya. Skip. You're a smart, fun lady to talk to. I wish more people could see the real me someday. As for me, I want to be a performer on a real stage. Skip. Talk to Naya. Skip again. Chat with Naya. Skip. Alright. Wonder... I think we got a mix of positive and negative stuff over the previous one. Let's see if we can get the positive ones. I don't get invited to do stuff on land very often. I don't get to go on picnics very often either. Okay, skip. Why not focus on the skills you can do? Yeah, I'm a pretty good hunter and singer in my own way. Just then, a group of ghostly waiters arrived to remove the appetizer dishes. Wonder what they have planned for us next. Okay, the tartare, yeah. Next, chat with Naya, skip for the food, and then... I think this is a trailbird, not a shorebird. It won't affect your culture too badly. I feel like that's a little bit rude to say, because I don't fully know their culture yet. So, like, who am I to lecture someone about their own culture? So I think the right answer is this one. Pay proper respects. Okay, and then we've read that one before. How about looking back at your own progress? I have come a long way since I started this journey. It's hard to focus on the present when you're chasing success. Okay, continue chatting with Naya. Skip. About the true self, so we can focus on this one. I bet humans would love to learn more about your true self. We're getting the positive. I see you're smiling a lot more. Yeah, let's go. I bet there's some channel out there that would give me the time of day. I kind of know how you feel. Skip. In this wide world, we somehow met each other. I guess these little mysteries are what make living fun. I suppose all we can do is understand each other. Maybe a human and a merfolk can love and fall in love someday. Ah, cute. The blush. Oh. Alright. Skip. You can do anything if you believe. More happy. Yes. We picked that option too last time. Skip. Getting to know you has been quite worthwhile. Skip. Alright, here we go. What a great evening. I could use some fresh air though. Want to come with me? You've already taken a hold of my hand, but sure. Shinri chuckled, an awkward smile on his face. Naya blushed. Sorry, I guess I must have thought you were my prey. The balcony is hardly the ocean. Unless you were planning to toss me off the balcony to feast on my guts. Seagulls and other birds do that to their prey. Actually, there's some ancient Greek philosopher died that way when an eagle dropped the tortoise on his head. Humans sure die in interesting ways, don't they? I like to research odd things. Yes, it's important when you're dealing with cryptids. Sounds more like you like cryptids in more ways than one. Now it was Shimi's turn to blush. Well, I do like the strangeness of life. Sometimes it leads to good encounters, like you. Naya's face turned even redder. But, like, me? You're fun to talk to. And I'd like to get to know you better. How about a beach picnic date you mentioned? Sounds good. We can make bento for the both of us. I'm looking forward to it. I'd love to hear more weird stories about the human world. You found the right person then. Naya nodded in agreement. True. Shall we head out to the balcony now? Sure. Lead the way. Aww. Shinri and Naya spent time on the balcony gazing at the stars fading away in the morning light. It had been a very interesting evening. Shinri had hardly expected to be invited to such a fancy event, let alone meet such a cute and interesting mermaid like Naya. You would have had a quite interesting tale to tell the boys tomorrow. Besides, the weather forecast for the weekend looked warm and sunny. Perfect weather for a beach date with a mermaid. The end. Aww. Cute. Wait, but I want to know what were the others' like wishes? If they were here to see Sedia and get their wishes granted, we know the Shadow Man wanted to be free of the curse of eternal life, and then same with the Demon Hound. But I don't. We need more of what they wanted. Why were they here? Why were the others here? What did Naya want? Silas wanted to die. God, same. I mean, what? What was that? Yeah, Naya, I think less about wanting to become human, but more just become like breaking the curse to be able to use their full magical, like break the curse of the old like witch's ring that her mother had found, so that she could use her, like tap into her full magical abilities. Probably that. Thank you, everybody. Hang on, before we end, let's go check out the credits. Spooky Summer Soiree was created by a fan-run volunteer team of koipanions to celebrate Holostars English Tempest Guild member Josuichi's 2026 birthday. Thank you, Semiluminary, Sarika, Flying Space Whale, Semiluminary again, Usli, Speaks, Toradensky, Miki, Nap, Chapibara, Hunji Kurone, Linjus, Sarika Dalaran, Miki, Chapibara, Torin, Hunji again, Sarika again, Semiluminary, Flying Space Whale, Brooke, Sarah, and It's Me. Music by Joel Stedler, made with Renpy. Thank you so much, everybody. That was cute. Wait, what's in the help section? Oh, it's just the assistive self-voicing? What is that? Oh, speech synthesizer. Ah, that's what it was. Okay. Oh. You guys making a whole VN for me? Thank you so much for putting it all together, Kois. Really appreciate it. Again, thank you for all the birthday wishes. There's a comic book video game character named Shadow Man? Is there? I think Shadow Man is pretty generic. There's a lot of like shadow creatures in general. But yes, thank you everybody who worked on this. Thank you for making my 2026 birthday another fun one. I now have to figure out what I'm going to do for next year, because I'm not sure. I don't know what I'll do for next year's birthday party. I got to figure out something, but I still have a year to go. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all the hard work that everyone has put into this this birthday. Thank you again for all the amazing artwork, all the amazing little stories. I saw the photos that you guys have been sharing about you taking the little Nui out to go get some food and delicious snacks. Yeah. But that is all from me today. It is getting close to the time when I do have to leave. So we're gonna go and call it here. Big thank you again. Next up is Gold Bullet. His birthday is coming up soon. And by soon, I mean like 7 hours ago. So be sure to go celebrate and cheer on Gold Bullet for his birthday. I think he's got a stream set up, so we're gonna go raid his waiting room. Yeah. You're still here and streaming is enough for me. I'm not going anywhere for a very long time. I'm not leaving for at least 10 years until I get my permanent residency here in Japan. Either that or like they have to kick me out, you know. So at least 10 years. And then once I get my permanent residency, I might like move to someplace else. I don't know. What's a place that's cheaper than Japan, but still has good internet? Okay, let me go ahead and outro because I do gotta get ready. Ooh. There we go. Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and send you guys off on a raid. You're the toughest holostar I know. You know other holostars? Yes. Wait, I'm hearing double for some reason. Where's the double coming from? Oh, well, that's fine. We're gonna end soon anyway. Okay, let's see. Where is his waiting room? There it is. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Goldblood's waiting room for his birthday. Something about horse stars. Horses, I guess. Yeah, have fun over at Goldblood's. Thank you all again for stopping by. What's the password for the wallpaper? It's in the tweet. The password is wait, where was it? Oh shoot. The password for the wallpaper is HSE 2026 calendar. Yeah. Thank you guys again. I hope you guys have a fun time with Gold Bullet. His stream is later. I think it was postponed for a bit. So check it out. I think it's tomorrow. Oh no, it's like tonight. It's midnight tonight. But yes, that's all for me. I have to go get ready. I gotta go take a shower. Ooh, it's getting hot in here and sweaty. All right. Bye everybody. Koyasumi. Koyasumi. We got two more. We got two like indie horror games later this week, and I hope they're fun. One of them is called Order 13. It's about like you working in a warehouse, and there's a cat. I take care of the cat, and I'm excited to see how cute the cat is because I wanna cradle the cat, but I don't have a cat. I just want to hold the cat in my arms, and they're so soft, and with their paw, like they make like knead dough, and they're making bread. Anyways, glad to see everyone. Bye bye.